crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence, and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you've still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairman of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected in while we choose.
One of the big talking points in the recent past in the banking space has to do with the measures that have been taken by the Reserve Bank of India to support the Indian currency. And among them, there are two that stand out. One is the FCNRB deposits, and the other is external commercial borrowings by banks. Significant updates both. And to talk about how Punjab National Bank is going to be utilizing both of these facilities, I'm joined today by Ashok Chandra, who's the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the bank. Mr. Chandra, thanks so much for taking the time. Let me start by asking about the FCNRB rate that you will be offering for the 3 to 5 tenor. Where have you pegged it at, and what is the kind of response that you anticipate?
Good morning, and thanks for inviting me to this Prime Show now. In fact, yesterday we had that ALCO meet, and we have fixed the rate for 3 to 4 years, 4 to 5 years, and 5 years. 3 to 4 years, we are offering 6%, 4 to 5 years, 6.05%, and 5 years, it is 6.10%. And I think we are expecting around 2.5 billion USD to be mobilized during this period.
$2.5 billion. So that's a pretty considerable sum of money, Mr. Chandra. And the reason why I wanted to ask about the response is because it has been suggested that, and you will remember very well what occurred in 2013. I can say that for certain, right? So that was the last time when we saw something like this occur. It has been suggested, Mr. Chandra, that the gap or the spread between global rates and Indian rates was significantly more at that point of time. It is not as attractive right now, and the currency may not move as sharply as it did back in 2013 when this announcement was made. So for both of those reasons, it has been suggested that maybe this time the demand may not be as robust. Are you hearing otherwise?
In fact, the feedback and enthusiasm which we are seeing from our NRI clients, it is quite encouraging. And the reason being, see, as on today also, US Treasury bond yield is around 4.25%. And our domestic rate, which we are offering, is also in the range of around 6.5 to 7%. Now, by increasing this rate in the range of around 6 to 6.10, I think there is a good spread that is available to NRI to park their fund in India now. Earlier the FCNR deposit rate was in this particular segment was in the range of around 3 to 3.5%. So there has been considerable increase in this interest rate. And definitely, I think we can see the good response in the coming days now.
Okay. Mr. Chandra, what is the anticipation of deposit growth at this juncture? Because here in the domestic market as well, there is an expectation that eventually in this year there will have to be a rate hike, which is only positive from the perspective of deposits. But public sector banks were not as badly affected by the slowdown in deposits as maybe certain other banks. So what is your outlook for deposit growth in FY27?
There are enough liquidity in the system. Liquidity-wise, absolutely there is no challenge. And all the banks, including our bank, is able to mobilize good deposit in this particular quarter also. We are seeing in the last 2 months more than 10 to 11% growth happening in the deposit front. So absolutely, I think challenge is not there. Challenge was only the cost of deposit, and that will get, I think, neutralized by the impact which the FCNR deposit is going to create in the coming days now.
That's very interesting.
So definitely, I think there are 2-3 advantages. One is the cost of deposit to all the banks will come down. And second important aspect will be that we will have the stable deposit for a longer period, because many of the deposits which we mobilize for under the retail and the bulk and the CD, I think these are all for maximum 2 years, 3 years. That is the maximum amount that comes under that segment. Here, 3 to 5 years bucket we are going to mobilize. So banks will be in a better position to manage their the ALM. And after all, the cost of deposit is also likely to come down.
Absolutely. So from that perspective, the utilization of this $2.5 billion that you're anticipating, how is that going to take place, Mr. Chandra? What is the implication on the lending side?
Lending, as of today also, our MSME is growing more than 21%. And the retail is growing at 17 to 18%. Agri sector is growing very fast now, 15 to 16%. So all these sectors are doing very well, and I am expecting that this momentum will continue for a longer period. This year already we have given the guidance in the very beginning of this financial year that around 13 to 14% growth will be there in the credit side. And I think definitely we will be able to manage this fund which is going to come from the FCNR route in a very, very effective way.
Okay. So I'll come back to the margin picture in just a bit. But in terms of the ECB, which was the other big announcement, Mr. Chandra, due to the RBI relaxation, what is the quantum that you anticipate you might be able to raise, or what are the plans there?
See, there are two things to understand in this. ECB already, the public sector undertakings, they are availing that. And in that, bank is not having any impact because of this utilization. Now, the latest circular which has come from RBI, they have allowed the offshore foreign currency bonds, that OFCB, to be utilized by the banking industry in India to be done now. And I think we are analyzing the guidelines, compliance requirements, and what are the positive, negative of this, the guidelines going to be there on our book. I think we are ready to take a call on that particular route. We will see that how much we are going to mop up through the FCNRB route, and then we will take a call, because for this OFCB, the duration is also longer, and we can take a call after 1 month's time how this FCNR, the things happens in our bank now.
Okay, but let me ask you from the perspective of your investor, or potential investor, Mr. Chandra, off the top of your mind, as you've probably contemplated this, what are the potential advantages to having this offshore foreign currency bond?
I think we need to wait and see that how the FCNR deposit comes up. And if we are able to mobilize what we have targeted in a bigger way, I think we'll wait and see how the international market comes out, because it all depends upon what is the prevailing rate in the globe, and then we can take that step to be there in the system now. So we have not yet decided about this OFCB route, but definitely if the opportunities are there and it is in the interest of the organization, we will take a call afterwards.
Got it. I understand. I get that point. So FCNR is the primary focus.
Yes,
on the MCLR side, and I just want to check, Mr. Chandra, how much of the lending book currently is still MCLR? Because we've been seeing a few lenders raise rates, not by a very large amount, but 5 basis points, 10 basis points here and there.
See, we have around 30-35% book is linked with the MCLR. And I think we are still holding our existing rate now. At the end of this month, when the ALCO committee meets, and then we will take a call, because it is purely related with the cost of deposit and other factors to decide the MCLR rate. So we'll wait and see that how the things happens in the system now.
Okay. Just leave us, sir, with a final outlook on the NIMs as well, because you've pointed out that your cost of funds will get a fillip or get a benefit on account of FCNR, and we're likely to have seen the bottom of the rate cutting cycle. So we're only expected to see rates get higher in the current financial year. So what is the outlook for NIMs, sir?
See, this year, the guidance which we have given is between 2.6 to 2.8. That is the guidance which we have given. Now, once this FCNR deposit starts coming in the system, I think definitely the cost of deposit will come down. And if we are able to mobilize the targeted 2.5 billion USD, I think in the long run with this itself, we have calculated that somewhere 7 to 10 basis point improvement should happen in our final NIM.
Understood. And sooner rather than later, because ultimately the mopping up of this will take place in the shorter term, right? In the next couple of months itself.
Yeah. Because the route itself is open up to 30th September. Understood. So definitely we need to mobilize this entire fund before 30th September.
So most of that advantage might come through in the second quarter, Mr. Chandra.
Absolutely right.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360, real talk real reviews across the NDTV network.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you've still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets.
Welcome, you're watching Ask Profit here at NDTV Profit. I'm Mahima Vachajani, and with me, as always, is Puneet Zaveri, and this is a show that gets all your stock-related queries answered. For viewers who are tuning in, you can either give us a call or send us your queries on the WhatsApp number that's flashing on your screen up there. But before we start doing that, let's take a quick look as to how the markets are doing. Till then, you can send us all your queries. Let's try to pull up the Nifty 50, trading above the 23,300 levels, up by about 0.8%, but off from the day's high point. The interesting factor today will be as to how this ends, because we'll have to see whether it ends on that high note or not. The Bank Nifty also outperforming the Nifty 50, up 1.3%, and for Bank Nifty, the gains have been throughout since the start of the trade. Let's try to pull up the Nifty 50 heat map and see as to what are the counters that are contributing to that gain. You have Interglobe Aviation, of course, this is on the back of crude going down. Shriram Finance, Eternal, Bajaj Finance, HDFC Bank doing fairly well. But on the flip side, you have ONGC, of course, down 2%, Bajaj Auto, Tech Mahindra, Nestle, some counters that are under pressure. Let's try to pull up the sectoral heat map and see as to what sectors are doing at this hour. And you have your PSU Bank, which is turned tides today, up 1.8%, being the top sectoral gainer. Nifty Defense also seeing good gains coming in, up 1.5%. In fact, firstly, of course, almost all sectors in the green, with Nifty IT, seeing the least gains. But that's with regards to where the sectors go. Quickly, the mid-cap 150 and the small-cap 250 as well. The mid-cap 150 up 1.2%, the small-cap 250 up 1.5%, both outperforming the benchmarks as we speak. So that's with regards to where the markets go. But, let me also welcome in our guest for the day. We're now joined by Tapan Doshi, who's a research analyst at catapan.in, and we're also joined by Somil Mehta, who's head alternative research at Mirae Asset. Shaikh Khan joining us now. Welcome to both of you, gentlemen, and a very good morning to the both of you. I'll start taking the first question. This is coming from Nithika, who's writing us from Pune. She's asking about Servotech Renewable Power Systems and wants to know if she can go ahead and invest in this one at the current levels. Somil, a very good morning to you. What's your view on this one with regards to where charts go?
Servotech Renewable Power Systems, is that the one you're talking about?
Correct.
Good morning to everyone. Servotech, let me just pull up the charts. Just give me a sec. Okay, so my view is positive. On the weekly charts, we have high top, high bottom formations trading above 40 weekly moving average. That is a good sign. We've seen a small correction on the daily charts where I think 40 daily moving average will have a good support here at 93 levels. There's one more support around 84 levels, which these are crucial supports in terms of swing lows and averages. Now my view is positive, so my targets on the upside in the very short term would be 115 and the next target would be around 128.
Got it. Thanks so much for that, Somil, and welcome to the show. But the next question coming in now, it's on the AMC space. Gautam, who's a regular viewer, is asking one or two recommendations from this space for the next 12 to 18 months. Tapan, very good morning to you. What would be your recommendation from that space?
Well, good morning, Puneet. Now, if I see the valuation point of view, I think I'll go with Nippon AMC and HDFC AMC. Of course, ICICI Pru is also good, but I think these both are, I think, doing well comparatively, and also quarterly results are coming good, and also the mutual fund SIP is going round well also. So yes, in coming quarters, I think margin will improve. So I think go with either HDFC AMC or Nippon AMC.
Okay, the next one that we have is on Titan. Akash from Bengaluru is holding 20 shares at the levels of 3490. He wants a 2-year outlook on this one and whether he can average at the current levels or wait for it to dip a bit. Tapan, what's the view like?
Well, you can do an SIP manner investment because see, the stock is almost 14-15% down from the top, and the jewelry demand is going to come up in the next few quarters, because of the festive season and marriage season and all that. Again, store addition is continuing. Again, their jewelry, again, their watches business and all that is doing well. So I am quite positive on Titan, but it will be in SIP manner he can invest.
Well, since Akash had the question, it had to be on Titan. I don't know if either of you have watched the new show to get the reference, but I hope if you haven't, it's a good one to watch. That's a weekend recommendation for you. But the next one coming in is from Ahmedabad. Venkatesh is asking, what's a favorable time to consider Time Technoplast or Cross Limited? Both are smaller names, Somil, on the charts though. Either of those that you would recommend to buy at this point of time?
The Time Techno definitely a good pick for long term, not in the very short term. In the very short term, probably it will slide till 150, 153 levels. But Time Techno I definitely like. The breakout on the upside is around 188, 189. A little on the higher side. But yes, for longer term, Time Techno would be my pick.
Right, okay. Time for a rapid fire round. Tapan and Somil, try to keep your answers as short as possible. The first one is specifically for you, Tapan. Anil Singh wants to know as to what stock in the chemical sector can he go ahead and buy right now to include in his portfolio?
Well, I think Deepak Nitrate, that will be the one.
Okay.
But also on Sagility, Tapan, Debashish Mohanty from Bhubaneswar is holding almost 1,000 shares at 45. Asking if he should, average down right now. Would you recommend that?
No, not now. Hold for one more quarter, then only.
Okay, Cupid is the other one. Sushila from Bellary is bought it at the levels of 136. 1,577 shares is what she's holding. She wants to know the targets on this one. Somil?
Cupid, definitely positive. My targets would be around 180, 190 levels. But keep a very strict stop loss, very volatile counter.
K Guru from Chennai wants to know if Honeywell Automation is a good long-term buy. Tapan, for the next 2 years, would you recommend that?
Yeah, he can add it. No problem.
Okay, the next one is on JK Tire. Kiran from Hyderabad is holding 268 shares at the level of 606 rupees and wants to know if she can continue to hold, add more. Saumil on the charts.
See, in the short term, negative. In the medium term, negative. But in the long term, I think it's at a very good level right now. I don't recommend to average out, but you can hold.
Sumit from Delhi wants to know if Lupin is a good pick for fresh entry for the next 1 year. There has been some run-up on this pharma name, Tapan, but would you recommend still buying at this point of time?
Maybe 10% down from me, 5 to 10% down from me, but Lupin is a good stock for long term, no doubt about it.
Okay, the next one that we have is coming in from Suresh, who's writing us from Kerala. He wants to know on KPI Green, from a slightly long-term perspective, what are the technicals suggesting? Saumil?
Yeah, I think KPI Green, you can hold on to the stock. In the very short term, it can go down till 350, 355 levels, but hold on.
Okay.
The next one that we had is, on Tata Steel, Shobha from Bangalore bought shares at 202 Saumil. Stocks dipped a little bit from those levels, but does the up move continue to her buying price and then further above?
See, Tata Steel definitely a good buy at this point of time. It has corrected. I'll hold on to the stock. Do not average. It can go down till 190, but hold on.
Okay, the next one that we have is coming in on Sagility. Our viewer has around 10,000 shares, I think, at the levels of 43.5 and wants to know as to what are the targets that one can see from a short-term perspective. Saumil, on the charts.
Sagility, right?
Yeah.
Sagility, definitely hold on for long term. In the short term, yes, it can go down till 36, but yes, hold on.
The next one that's coming in is on KSH International, a recent listing, Tapan. Is it a good bet for the next 12 months is what our viewer is asking.
No, not now. Don't add it. Just wait for 2 more quarters, then only take a call.
Okay, Azad Engineering versus Sansera, which one is a better bet from a 1 year point of view, Tapan?
Azad.
The next one that we have, and this one's from Harsha from Vijayawada on Hero Motocorp. She's holding shares at 5250. Tapan asking if it's a good time to add more at the current levels.
Yeah, he can add.
Okay, the next one is on HFCL. Aarti from Bengaluru wants to know if it is a good buy today at 170. Let's try to pull that up. Again, today back in upper circuit again for HFCL. What's the view like on the chart, Saumil?
Definitely positive. Keep our stop loss at around 160 and hold on.
Got it. But Saumil, are you still positive on HFCL to go up from these current levels? Because the run-up has been quite stark, right?
It's been taking support at around 20 daily moving average and 10 daily moving average every time it comes down. Even yesterday, it has taken support at 20 daily moving average and it has bounced back. So every time it does that, it will continue the trend. The day it breaks that the average, it will go down then. So you keep a strict stop loss.
Got it. A strict stop loss there on HFCL, and we're getting so many queries on the stock as well. The next one's Gaudium IVF, bought at 100 rupees by a viewer Ahmad. He wants to know if he can hold on for the next 1 year. What would you recommend here, Tapan?
Yeah, currently hold it.
Okay, the next one is from Mani, who's writing us and asking about BEL. It's got 500 shares at the levels of 288. Can you hold or sell, Saumil?
Hold, definitely hold. BEL is one of the best on the defense side.
On GHCL also, Saumil, E. Venkatraman is holding shares at 486, stocks down from those levels. Is it a good time to average or just continue to hold his current holdings?
See, hold on to it. I don't, recommend to average, but hold on to it.
Got it. Well, that was the end of the first round of the Rapid Fire in this edition of Ask Profit. Saumil, we let you go on that note. Thanks so much for joining us and giving us your views. Tapan, stay on. A lot more stock-related queries on the other side after this very short break, so do stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over a 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit right here on NDTV Profit, and you can, viewers, of course, you can call us on the numbers that are flashing on the top of your screen for your stock-related queries. Speak to us as well as a guest. That's the landline number that is flashing on the top of your screen. You can, of course, WhatsApp us your stock-related queries as well. But before we start taking the set queries, let's go across to Sharad now, who's bringing us the BSE FNO setup for today. Sharad, over to you.
Well, overall, if you look at it, both BankX and Sensex are doing really well in trade. A good gap up opening, and it's actually sustaining. There hasn't been a major fall coming in. It's actually sustaining support coming from most of the stocks. Of course, crude-related derivative stocks also are actually doing really well. Good reversals coming in. On the other hand, of course, a little bit of slight sell-off in select metals. But overall, all the sectors are in the green. So, of course, that's where the momentum comes. Let's look at the key long build-up stocks, what's happening here in your radar, which are the stocks. To be honest, there's a good short covering at play as well. Our long build-up, we have Motilal Oswal and Interglobe Aviation. Motilal Oswal, of course, on the back of UBS initiating report as well. Of course, what else is holding up in short covering? Let's see. Of course, from long build-up, we also have the short covering candidate. This includes Ashok Leland, one of the top gainers in the FNO segment, and Inox Wind, also a good you could say positional setup coming in for this stock as well. Some reversals also at play. Long unwinding, let's look at the key candidates which are there, which should be in focus, and this includes of course ONGC and Oil India, and both of these stocks are reversing because of lower crude prices, and that's what we are seeing. So that's where the sell-off is also happening. But let's see for the sell-off, a short build-up, what's happening in this market. I doubt it'll be that convincing. Yes, it's not that convincing. Bajaj Auto and ICICI Lombard are there, but definitely the market is totally skewed towards the bullish bets right now.
Okay, all right, Chad, thank you so much for getting us those FNO details. Let's start taking all your stock-related questions. And by the way, on this side of the show, to answer all your technical queries, we are joined by Deven Mehta, who's the Manager Technical and Derivative Analyst at IDBI Capital Markets and Securities, joining us now. Deven, we've got a question on Aegis Logistics. Kumud Sethi is holding 100 shares at the levels of 860. Wants a short to medium-term outlook on this one. Already sitting on profits of over 7,000 rupees. What's your recommendation?
I think definitely one should hold this counter. Yesterday we have seen a great move of around 15.5% in this particular counter. Currently it's up by 1%, but I think the way it has moved yesterday, and we can see a golden crossover from lower levels. So I think definitely one should hold this particular counter. This counter can further move towards 1050 odd levels. So one can try to book profit at that level soon.
And stocks up 42% this month. And you had 2 days of up move. So you had the first day, I think there was also Jeffrey's note where the stock moved on Wednesday. Yesterday as well was up almost 10%. So continues to be a very important stock, at least for investors this week. But the next question from Deepak, who's writing us from Kochi, and a very interesting one on Ramkrishna Forgings. Now his question being that is that stock a good bet for the next 2 years given the current valuations? Of course, last year was that big hit that the company had in terms of inventory mismanagement, and hence FY26 was also a very subdued year for the company. But he's considering already commissioned capex over the last 2 to 3 quarters, as well as the rail wheel factory. So he's done his research. Tapan, would you recommend that the current stock price captures all the negativity? What would your recommendation be for Deepak?
So if you see the profitability and all that, no, the last three years it is not able to perform. No, if you see the P&L and overall, the problem is they are giving the guidance, but they are not following up. And so I really feel that still we have to see whether the profitability is going to come up or not on the hope scenario. And I think in this area, there are many other better stocks available in this area, auto parts. So better I will go with other stock like Jupiter Wagon and all that. There I think one can think about it other than this one.
Okay, so that's the view coming on RK Forgings. The next one that we have is on Solar Industries. Preeti from Bengaluru wants to know as to what could be the likely upside for the next 2 to 3 months on this one. Deven?
Sure, I think Solar Industries is currently trading at 17,200. We have seen some profit booking from last 3 to 4 days. It is forming some lower top, lower bottom formation from last 3 days. So I think one should, if one is sitting in some profits, one should try to exit at current levels. This can correct towards 16,500 odd level. So one should try to avoid this particular counter buying at this level. And if it's in profit, one should try to book some profits.
Got that view. Solar Industries, again, another good performer this year of 41% as well. But I think Sharad highlighted about the short covering candidate today, which is Ashok Leyland, and a viewer wants to know, Radhakrishnan, who's also from Kochi, if it's a good bet for the next 1 year. Now, Tapan, we've seen the stock correct from that 200 odd level to the current 140, 145 odd. Would you recommend it's a good time to buy now?
Yes, definitely, Pudino. It's almost more than 30% down from the top. And if you see CV cycle is doing well, and maybe after 1 or 2 quarters, things will be better. So yeah, this is the right time to get in the stock. Valuation looks okay to me.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is on HPL Engineering. Geeta from Chennai, who's holding 200 shares at levels of 999. She bought it 6 months back. Wants to know if she can accumulate more, and if yes, at what rate. Deven, your view?
One should not try to enter fresh in this particular counter. It is currently trading below its important moving averages. And we have seen continuous lower top, lower bottom formation from last many days. And today we have seen a bounce back, but it is unable to sustain. So on the higher side, 780 is the stiff resistance for this counter. So if it surpasses and holds below that, then only we can see some further up move towards 870. But as of now, one should try to avoid. Existing position can be hold with a trailing stop loss of 730. If it breaches 730, one should try to exit from this particular account.
Got that view, Devin. But the next question coming in now, and it's on Tata Tech. Our viewer, has bought these shares roughly, and this is Kumud Sethi, who bought these shares at 691, roughly 6 months back. Stock hit, I think, 540 and then has rebounded post good Q4 earnings. But what would you recommend here, Tapan? Should he continue to hold, or is it a good time to book his profits?
No, my take is to book a profit, because this company, as actually, if you see the run up is good, but still I feel about the future, there are a lot of uncertainty here, and even the product development, whatever they are doing R&D, there also I feel that the expense is much more on higher side. So my take is that book profit on a top.
All right. Okay. The next one that we have is coming in on Swiggy. Our viewer, who has not shared his name, by the way, is holding Swiggy since the IPO at 395, and 80 shares is what he or she has in a portfolio. Wants to know if this is a good hold going forward. Tapan, I'll stick with you for this one. From a long-term perspective, considering Zepto IPO also coming in, and that Swiggy is nowhere near to where the operational metrics for both Blinkit and Zepto stand. What is your view?
No, it's a very difficult situation for Swiggy. Again, if you see the P&L is not good. Again, they don't know when they are going to make profitability in Instamart. So, my take is to sell on rise, because still challenging times will be there. Again, the competition is much more on a higher side. So it will be a sell on rise category only.
Got it. Well, the next question is a smaller name. Diffusion Engineers is the other one that we want to talk about. Our viewer wants to take a fresh entry into the stock, and this is Mr. Rao. Tapan, I don't know if you track this counter, but would you recommend entering right now?
See, the stock has already gone up from 240 to 360, and if I see the valuation, it's okay. That valuation is not a problem. Overall profitability is also decent, and the area which they are in, I think that is also good. So just wait for some time, maybe 10% down the line. I think the stocks look okay to me, and the sector is also okay.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is on Kena Construction. Raja Gopalan is holding 500 shares at the levels of 186, and he wants to know if there is a scope of recovery for his losses. Devin, I'll come to you on this one. What are the charts suggesting?
No, I think the chances of recovery is very less. We have seen a consolidation, but it was unable to surpass the resistance, and it has shown some further weakness from that particular level, that is 135. So I think until and unless it is holding below 135, the structure overall remains weak for this counter, and it can further correct towards 110 odd levels. So I think one should try to exit on small bounces.
Got it. Well, the next question coming in from Sankar from Kochi, and his question being on Piramal Pharma. He's holding 100 shares of the company at 244. I think he was trying to get in touch with us, but Sankar, hopefully this answers your question. What would you recommend here, Tapan? At 244, he's bought shares trading at just around 160, 70 odd. Should he still continue to hold?
Well, my take is when it goes up, please sell, because it's not able to perform from, I think, few quarters, and also from last 3 years, it's having a negative profitability. Again, the patents and all that, whichever coming, is not so exciting. Of course, they are in a CDMO business, but still, not much more traction is not visible there. So my take is to sell on rise only.
Okay, all right. It's time to, by the way, slip into a very, very short break, but we'll be taking more queries on the other side, so do stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you've still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit right here on NDTV Profit. The next question coming in now and last 15-minute stretch, viewers. So you can call us as well as send in your queries as well. This one has come in from Tony Pereira. He's keen on buying a couple of stocks. He's mentioned on Interact Building Systems, Clean Science and Jyoti CNC. Now, Tapan, it's a very interesting list. Either of them that you like right now for the long term?
I think if we want to go, I think Jyoti CNC will be a good option. The stock has gone down a lot, and I think from here things will be much better. The management looks promising, and hopefully next 1 or 2 quarters things will be changing. And also, if you see there, new plant is coming, and so overall I'm positive on Jyoti CNC out of all this stock.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is on Imami. Our viewer Tarang from Bengaluru wants to know if he can go ahead and accumulate this counter at the current levels. Not sure if it's from a long-term perspective or short-term perspective, but Tapan, I'll stick with you for this one. What's your view? Because as per Bloomberg's the highest return potential for any FMCG stock, if it's available, then it's Imami. It's around 45% versus the target price. So what is your view? Is it a good time to accumulate Imami?
See, valuation looks okay, quite okay. No, it's almost 21 P, and the stock is not been going up from a long time. But the problem is the sales and profitability also not going from last 3 years. I still not go with this stock. The reason is performance is not there. So I'll go better. We'll go with Tata Consumer or Tata Consumer will be the better option, or Marico. That will be the better option.
Got it. Well, I'm just surprised that apart from Imami, the most valued or return giving is not ITC at this point of time in terms of FMCG, because we've discussed the stock so much that it's still not in that favor list.
Yeah.
Up at 283, of course, today as well, but continues to be one which is a very interesting opportunity nonetheless. The next one that's coming in now, and this question is from Ria from Bengaluru. Her question is on Premier Energies. If she can enter the stock at the current levels, but it's a technical view that she wants. So Devin, for the next 2 to 3 months, would you recommend that?
No, I think one should try to accumulate at lower levels. This can correct, I think, towards 1,000 odd levels. So 1,000 will be the good entry point, and there will be a good risk-reward ratio. On the lower side, 950 as a strong support. It is close to 200 exponential moving average. So one should try to accumulate near 1,000 with a stop loss of 950.
Okay, the next one that we have is on Godrej Properties. Vinod from Delhi wants to know about this counter. He's bought at the levels of 2430 and says that he's sitting on a big loss. The stock, of course, is currently trading at 1662. What would you recommend, Tapan?
Yeah, you can go for it. Now, valuation looks okay to me. And if last few quarters were not so great, but I think coming quarter things will be better. Again, the management is quite confident. Pre-booking is quite good and available at a good valuation. So yeah, you can go for it.
Got that view, Tapan. But the next question coming in now, and this one's not made any money for investors. I'm talking about Glottis. This was an IPO. Came in 2025 and has not given too much returns, and stocks trading at 67. Unfortunately for Savita, she bought these shares at 129, so money is almost half from there. But I know, Devin, there's not too much historical evidence, but on the charts, is there any view that you can offer Savita right now? Should she still continue to hold, exit on any pullback? What would be your view?
No, I think one should hold these counters. Recently, the stock has started moving, and I think one should try to hold this counter with a stop loss of 62. I think that will be a good stop loss for this counter. If it breaches that level, then the overall technical structure will again weaken for this particular counter. So 62 should be the stop loss. This can again move towards 73 odd levels in the coming time. So one should try to hold.
The next one that we have is on Vari Energy. Siddharth bought it at the levels of 3240. 8 shares is what he bought from a short-term perspective. Wants to know if he can hold, exit, if the stock comes to his buying price. Devin, what would you recommend?
I think he should try to exit if it comes near his buying price, because overall structure remains weak, and now currently it is consolidating in a range. On the lower side, one should hold with a stop loss of 2980. If it breaches these levels, then one should try to exit immediately.
Got it. Well, viewers, it's now time for the second round of the rapid fire in this edition of the show. Devin as well as Tapan, you know the drill. First question coming in now on IGL. Our viewer Siva from Hyderabad bought shares at 155 and has been holding for the last 3 months. Devin, we've seen geopolitical crisis have an impact on the stock, but what's your view on this one now?
I think one should try to book profits.
Okay, the next one is on Jyoti Labs. Praveen from Chennai wants to know if this is the right time to accumulate, considering the stock has corrected so much after the Helical news. Tapan, would you recommend that?
No, not now.
Next one's on a stock that's been on everybody's radar, but nobody owns it. It's MTAR Tech. I mean, some of them do, of course, but Jay Krishnan actually had bought these shares at 7490. Stock seen, of course, a revival today, but Devin, on the charts, is this as difficult as one to hold right now? What would you recommend?
I think hold with yesterday's low as a stop loss, 6220.
It's recovered all its losses from yesterday, yes. Up 12% as we speak. The next one that we have is on Tata Chemicals. Krishna from Bengaluru is holding 94 shares okay, the levels are not mentioned, but 21% loss is what Krishna is sitting at. Devin, what would you recommend?
I think one should try to exit.
Sudarshan from Hyderabad has bought into Nuvoco at the time of the IPO, Tapan, and his buying price is 570. So currently sitting on a loss. Should he still continue to hold this counter or switch to some other cement name?
No, currently hold for 1 or 2 quarter more.
Okay, Lakshmi Dental is the other one. Our viewer has bought it at an average at the current market prices what Mohan is saying. No, sorry, his buying price is 420. He's saying can he average at the current market price? Any view on this, Tapan?
No, don't average. My recommendation is sell on rise only.
Well, Nagesh from Bengaluru actually bought into ICICI Lombard at the time of the IPO at 661. So he's almost 3x on his money right now. Would you recommend, Tapan, for him to exit or still continue to hold?
First of all, congratulations to him. No, currently he can hold. Stock is good.
Okay, HDFC Bank bought at 800. 100 shares is what Arvind is holding. 2 years perspective. Continue to hold, Tapan?
Hold, but I feel ICICI Bank is a better option.
Correct. The next one that's coming in is from Murli from Hyderabad. He's holding shares of SJVN, bought at 39 rupees 5 years ago, and wants to know if he can hold on for another year. Tapan, stocks at 71. What would you recommend?
Currently hold.
The next one is on Zaggle Prepaid. Ravi from Mumbai has bought 200 shares at the levels of 330. It's come down to 200 now. Any scope of recovery, Deven, or should he book his losses?
No, I think one should try to hold for bounce towards 220, exit near 220.
Gautam from Tirupati wants to buy into Shriram Pistons. Tapan, valuations are pricey, but are these good levels to buy?
Yeah, buy on dip, but stock is good. Buy on dips.
Okay, the next one is on V2 Retail. What's the near-term technical outlook on this one, Deven? Gaurav from Bengaluru wants to know.
I think we have seen a bounce back, but no any such view technically. It can trade in a range.
Got it. Next one's on Procter & Gamble. Priyanka Asher wants to know if it's a good one to buy at this price. Devin, would you recommend that?
No, I think one should wait for breakouts.
Okay, Central Bank 1000 shares bought at the levels of 31 rupees. Continue to hold, buy further, Devin?
Sorry, which stock?
Central Bank.
Central Bank, I think one should hold this counter.
Next one, Suzlon, bought at 41 rupees and almost 3,200 shares by Sanjay. Tapan, he's of course sitting in profits right now, but asking if the stock can reach 65 in a year. What would be your view?
Yeah, it can.
Netweb Tech is the next one. Arjun Rao wants to know if he can continue to hold this counter. He's not mentioned the price or the quantity, but Devin on the charts.
I think one should hold this counter with a stop loss of 4050.
Dr. Bharat from Andhra Pradesh wants to enter the defense space, Tapan. What would be a couple of picks from there for you?
I think BL, HL and Mezagon.
Okay, Laurus Labs bought at the levels of 1058. Saurav from Jaipur wants to know if he can continue to hold this from a long-term perspective. Tapan?
Yeah, hold it.
Is it the right time to buy quality walls? Tapan is the question. A very interesting one, but is this good at the current price?
No.
Okay, the next one is on this. Okay, the next one is from Padma, who's asking about HFCL. We've already covered, I think, the technical view, but any view on the fundamental side, Tapan?
Well, very expensive. Hold with a stop loss if you have.
Okay, all right. That brings us to the end of this rapid fire round as well as Ask Profit. Tapan and Devin, thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us answer all those queries. But viewers, KYC comes up next, so do stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices.
Hello and welcome to KYC. You are watching NDTV Profit with me, Sharad Dubey. In this KYC show, we get you the hottest companies in the small cap, mid cap, and even large caps at times, and why they are rallying, what's the new story looking like, and is there any alpha to be made or not. Let's decide the first company which is coming today, and of course there are some hints. Try to guess it, and of course you'll get it, I'm sure. It's the world's largest manufacturer of silica ramming mass. It's a Rajasthan-based company. It has been listed for a decade. Also, one more interesting snippet: the stock is up 11 times in the last 5 years, and also from the March lows, the stock has already more than doubled. I'm sure you must be knowing if you're tracking the small cap space and a little bit of hints about it. But the company in focus in KYC, which has got my interest, is Raghav Productivity Enhancer. This is an interesting company. You can say it's a proxy to the steel industry, but there is a different story to it. But I'll tell you that story in a while. But why are we calling this company? That's the main question. We'll ask the demand trends and the client confidence, why there's so much interest coming in the stock. Second important question we are going to ask, apart from the demand, is the industry is in downturn, then how come the company is doing well? What's the secret about it, and why is the markets rewarding this company? Apart from this, the third question we'll ask is the export outlook, the growth outlook for FY27. Exports have done well. In the fourth quarter, the exports did go up by 15%. So we'll understand more about it. And my curiosity takes me to the most important thing, the raw material cost. Will that be hit in the first quarter, or some inventory adjustments are there? That will be something to look out for. The capex expansion plans, yes, the company is doing that. How much of that capacity is going? It's roughly around 30%, but we'll try to get in more details on the timeline front. The growth targets for the capacity utilization, that's important to understand from the company perspective. And Raghav Kabra, the promoter and the CEO, is going to decode all these questions of ours. But अब समझते हैं राघव प्रोडक्टिविटी एनहांसेस कंपनी करती क्या है. थोड़ा सा टेक्निकल है. I'll try to make it as simple as possible for you. The company has been incorporated in the year 2009 in Rajasthan. Also, importantly, it's the world's largest manufacturer of silica ramming mass. Now, ये थोड़ा technical लग रहा है. I'll try to explain you as we go ahead where this is used actually. They have a 5.34 lakh million tons per annum capacity. This of course includes the expansion also. Apart from this, also we look at what this company is all about. The silica ramming mass. This is a refractory material basically, and it is used in induction furnaces, kind of a steel and a foundry industry work. So this is important. If note it down if you're hearing it for the first time. They have a good export exposure. 38 countries in the worldwide and almost 28 states pan India. Rajasthan में factory है, but presence all over India है. It's prominent in secondary steel plants, foundry and casting units. These are the places where the end user of these products are. So of course थोड़ा सा cyclical business ज़रूर है. The company has 14% market share in this key product, but they're targeting to double that, and that's a big claim. Targeting 30 odd percent. So we need to understand how will the company go towards that and by when. Eastern southern markets, they contribute over 50% of the domestic sales, and that's what the company had mentioned in the fourth quarter earnings. Capacity utilization in March was 87%, and generally historically देखा गया है 80% के ऊपर का जो capacity utilization के बाद आप expansion करते हैं. Speaking of expansion, how things are moving out, of course there are two arms for it. This is the overall, you can see the units which are there currently, 4,14,000 million tons per annum. That's expected to go up almost, you could say 30% up, and this would be the final capacity expansion plan coming in for Raghav Productivity Enhancers. Apart from this capacity expansion, let's talk about the exports picture. The exports have resumed normalcy from the month of April, यानी कि फर्स्ट क्वार्टर के नंबर्स में आपको एक्सपोर्ट्स देखने मिलेगा. फोर्थ क्वार्टर की बात करें तो ऑफ कोर्स द एक्सपोर्ट्स वेंट अप 15% एंड द कस्टमर्स हैव बीन अब्सॉर्बिंग द हायर फ्रेट कॉस्ट. सो वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड what is the overall pass through looking like, and this is of course the picture I painted for the exports. Apart from this, the last 10 years history, there's a very interesting data point and I picked out from the company. This is the volumes, ramming mass segment and the overall capacity, and over the last 10 years it was just an SME IPO company, and of course you could say a very small company. It has grown, migrated, added some new products, tie-ups, JVs and the CAGRs of the good growth coming in. But what's working for the company? 30% expansion they are doing from the existing facilities. So Street is bullish on that. Street is also bullish on a strong performance company wise as you compare that with the industry. So this is a bit unique, and that is why it's gaining market share. Healthy return ratios, and they have maintained it, both ROCE and ROE numbers. HNI buying has been coming in this counter recently, so we'll try to understand why the interest has come, especially from March lows. The stock has doubled up, but what may not work for the company, a little bit of concern, is that there is a lack of FIRDI participation for a company whose market cap is more than 5,000 crore rupees, lack of analyst coverage also, and that is why we get these unknown companies to KYC for you to make better investment decisions. And also the industry cycle risk is there in steel, in the foundry segment. So when it reverses, when the valuation reverses, you need to be very important. यानी कि आपको अपना entry और exit point जो है बहुत संभाल के देखना होगा. But let's try to understand the KYC ratings, how we judge a company in this, be it small cap, mid cap, large cap, भेदभाव नहीं होता है. Income statement, balance sheet, cash flow, the usual ones are there. Of course, we are going to get in the ROC numbers to see what has happened over the last 4 to 5 years. the street cred, how much money has been made in medium term, short term, long term. Of course, the shareholding comes in. Valuation, largely, we are going to just do the historical work over the last 5 years for this counter, because there isn't no apple to apple comparison for this company. And of course, the outlook, what the management is talking in terms of numbers, how the industry is looking like, and we'll get you all these details. But let's start with the first one. That's the income statement, and largely look at the growth coming in the 3-year CAGR numbers, how it's looking like. We have revenue, EBITDA, even PAT, all of them 35% plus CAGR growth coming in. And even in the fourth quarter, they had done really well. Margins profile also has been somewhat solid between that 27 to 30% mark. That means they have actually maintained that. So of course, the numbers look really solid, and that is why I have given income statement a strong thumbs up. Balance sheet, interestingly, the company is having a very lower amount, or you could say largely it's a debt-free company. Decent amount of cash balances comes in, but of course इसमें working capital लगता है इस धंधे में, and they have been able to manage it quite decently. So there's nothing very great about it, but they have done well as per the industry standard. So I'm going to give this a neutral rating when it comes to the balance sheet. So we discussed income statement, we discussed balance sheet. Let's try to understand cash flow. Is there any lumpiness here, or is it like a cyclical play? And for businesses like this, it's better to understand the cyclicality of this cash flows coming in. Operating cash flows have done well from FY24 to FY26, kind of moderation coming in, but the conversion is pretty decent right now, and there's nothing much major to analyze here. So let's not waste our time. Let's go and give a neutral rating for the cash flow. This is important if you're looking at the ROC numbers. I know this has completely been above that 20% mark, and the company has been able to manage that. For a company like that, it's an industrial company, and having a 15% plus return ratio is a very good sign, and they have maintained that, and now it has touched the 30% mark. So I'm going to give this a thumbs up as well. Let's talk about the shareholding, and that is where my concern comes in. Promoters and public, it's been even Stevens, you could say, for the last 3 odd years. But the problem is, if the company is doing so well, there is a good momentum in the stock, then why come there is no FI or DI participation? So that's a big question mark for me, and that is why I'm going to ask, of course, our audience also, why this FI DI participation is not there. There might be an overhang in the stock, or is the float issue? That's the question to be asked. So it's a neutral rating when it comes to the shareholding right now. Let's talk about the street cred, and this time this has actually made a lot of retail investors happy. So congratulations if you are holding Raghav Productivity Enhancers, and especially the long-term investors. Last 5 years, the stock has given you 11x returns. That means if you put 1 lakh rupees in the stock, you have sitting on 11 lakhs right now. From March lows, also the stock has doubled up, and that's where my interest came in. What's happening in this small cap stock? So it is ticking in all the right features when it comes to the street cred. So we spoke about the 6 ratings, but let's see the valuations. And remember, जब stock ज़्यादा चल जाता है तो valuations बहुत महंगे हो जाते हैं. And yes, the valuations are very expensive if you are understanding and reading and studying the company right now. It's at 102 times for the trailing 12-month P, and at the 5-year peak, it went up to 150 times. So it's certainly not a cheap stock at all. We are at the top of the cycle, or the valuations are high. That's the main question. So it's a strong thumbs down when it comes to the valuations part. Let's talk about the outlook, and let's see what's happening here. Of course, the momentum is expected to continue when it comes to the demand from the existing customers, and that is a good sign, especially when the industry downturn is going on, and the company had mentioned that. So company is doing really well. Apart from this, the capacity expansion is at play. I mentioned the amount is 30%. So that's what we'll be looking at, how they go about it. And this is the targeting market share from 30 to 14%, from 14 to 13%. That means more than doubling of market share, and that is a big claim. So outlook is very strong for the company as well. But let's try to understand what's the total KYC ratings for Raghav Productivity Enhancers, and this is the first time I'm getting this company in KYC. Let's understand where does the company stand. If you look at the numbers, the income statement has been done well. Return ratios for a manufacturing company is very, very healthy. Also, the concern for me is in valuations, because the stock has run up so much, and from March itself the stock has doubled up, but the outlook is something where the bullishness is coming from the management as well. So net, let's add up the entire KYC ratings, and the entire KYC ratings comes out to be 5.5 out of 8. It's largely, you could say, in line to positive from the average numbers we generally give a company in our KYC show. But to get in more perspective, we'll be joined in by Raghav Kabra, the promoter and the CEO of Raghav Productivity Enhancers. And interesting tidbits about him: he has over a decade of entrepreneurial experience, and remember, education coming in from ISB Hyderabad as well. And he has worked in Trust Group from Mumbai as well. So there'll be interesting conversations with Raghav Kabra, but just after a break. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over a 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence, and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
Welcome back to Know Your Company, and now we are joined in by Raghav Kabra. He's the promoter and CEO at Raghav Productivity Enhancers. Good afternoon, Raghav. It's always a pleasure to have you with us at NDTV Profit. And of course, I was just reading the presentation, last 10 years, how the growth has happened from an SME company to, you could say, a decent mid-cap size company. Just wanted to understand, of course, we'll talk a little bit about the numbers, but I want to understand the demand trends and client confidence right now looking like, because Q4 numbers are pretty strong on the demand front. The commentary was also good. So just Raghav wanted to understand how is things panning out for the company.
Thank you so much, Sharad, for having me over here and to talk about our company Raga Productivity Enhances. So, see, from a demand perspective, we have seen tremendous demand coming in, which has largely been because of the unique product offering or unique solution offering that our company does. As you can see, we are the largest in our field globally. And if you see the numbers, we have grown from a capacity of 36,000 tons to now almost 5.5 lakh metric ton capacity. And every time that we have added capacity in about a year or so, we have filled that capacity up. This is because of the demand coming in from the induction furnace manufacturers who are making steel and foundry products globally. So from a demand side, yes, we see huge traction in this field. As you know, induction furnaces are the greenest way to make steel, and their share in the steel production in India has risen continuously in the last few decades and is bound to increase because of more focus towards ESG and more focus towards green steel manufacturing. So from that side, we are very, very positive about it. In terms of client confidence, yes, our wallet share in every client or every customer that we supply our material to is generally above 90%. And we've been able to take market share from the unorganized industry towards ourselves being the only organized player in this industry. And that is why these kind of numbers are coming up. And because of which we have the outlook to take our market share from 14% to 30%.
Raghav, that's the second question I wanted to come. So I'll just ask you that there is a good move happening from the unorganized to the organized space. Apart from this, what else triggers are there, which you say that your market share will double up to 30%? And also how different your company is compared to the industry, because the industry is not fully out of the woods yet. It is, some portions are still in downturns. So how are you able to do it so nicely against the industry? I just wanted to understand what's the moat.
So largely, see, we are an extremely R&D focused company. So all the products that our company sells to induction furnace based steel or foundry manufacturers have come out through years of R&D international collaborations with companies like JWK, Sweden, and collaborations with IIT Bombay. What our product essentially does is that it enhances the productivity and profitability of steel and foundry plants. Why it does that is that our product is just a very, very small item in their cost sheet. It is less than 0.5% in terms of their cost. But the effect that it has on the productivity of furnaces is very, very huge. Because if our product runs for a longer period of time, as compared to the alternate that they are using right now, they get almost a 5 to 10x increase in terms of the benefit as compared to the cost of our product. So that is our moat. That is the basic reason of why any steel producer chooses to buy from us as compared to the local alternative which is available to them. So that is the basic reason for why our sales have risen very strongly. In terms of R&D, every 2 years we've been able to, through our R&D team, we've been able to give out a new product to the industry, which is significantly better as compared to the previous product. So even that has helped quite a lot in our ability to gain market share in India as well as the 40 countries that we supply to.
So that's where my next question comes in. Raghav, your ROC numbers have improved, and that's the benefit of the R&D coming in. And it's a very few Indian companies do it as your size. So that's a very good, way to look at things. But I want to understand the export portion. In fourth quarter, there was a 15% year-on-year basis growth in the exports. You're handling around 38 to 40 countries right now. How is the export outlook looking like right now? Because the world is very dynamic.
So, see, definitely the global scenarios right now are very challenging. But what we have seen particularly in this quarter is that our export sales have increased tremendously. The reason for that is we are present in about 40 countries and the number of countries is growing. Our foray has always been that whenever we enter a particular country, we try to target the largest steel plant or the largest foundry plant in that particular country. And after that, once we are able to back them and show them the added benefit of using our product, then the rest of the companies in that particular region or that particular country automatically come to us. In the export side, for example, the Middle East is right now facing a lot of issues and the freights have risen up. And ours being a low-cost item, the freights play a very important role. But even after that, our Middle East clients are buying from us at 3 times the rate at what they were buying previously. Just because that they understand that when they use our product, the benefit to them is much, much more as compared to whatever they're buying locally. And that is why our export outlook remains very, very strong. If you see the last 10 years numbers, our export CAGR over a 10-year period is more than 50%, which is incredible. And we expect this to continue further. And we expect to continue adding more countries as well as more clients across all these countries.
Right. Raghav, what's the pass-through time, because the raw material costs also at times go up, and we are seeing that happening across all the industries. Is there any lag? Is there any pass-through? How's things panning out, or does the margin hit comes?
See, generally, raw material pricing right now, particularly after the wars, have risen. So that is true. But mostly for us, it has been a pass-through. Because as I said, see, any customer who's buying our product, they are not buying based on the cost, but they are buying based on the value add benefit that we are able to provide to them. As compared to a local revving mass supplier versus us, our cost to a steel plant is generally 2 to 3x. No, even after such a higher cost, they buy from us because of the benefits. So these raw material costs, which definitely have risen post the war, are a pure pass-through for us. Okay, so it's a pure pass-through coming in, and that is why I think there is a premium which your company is commanding. But let's understand a little bit of numbers, Raghav. The capex and the expansion, there is a big expansion at play. I just wanted to understand, any kind of capex amount you have earmarked for the next 2 to 3 years, and the capacity expansion, by what timelines we can expect, that's in the commercial. Yeah, definitely. See, so from FY23 to 26, we have gone from capacity of 180,000 tons to now almost 5.5 lakh tons. And currently, we have the demand to fill this capacity up within this year itself. So this capacity will be filled up. The problem that we are facing right now is that this is not enough, and we need to add in more capacity considering the kind of demand that we're getting from within India as well as outside India. So this will get filled up. The current capacity expansion will get filled up very, very quickly. We already have the demand for the same. The idea right now, what we are thinking is that we want to go from a 14 to 16% market share right now to over 30%. For that, we need to almost double the capacity that we are at right now to gain in those kinds of market share. We have the strong demand. We have fantastic products which are very well being received by the industry within India as well as outside. So that is the plan. If you see the ROC numbers, you will understand that to get from this capacity to almost a double capacity, we don't need a lot of capex. It is just about that we go about the capacity expansions in a phased manner, and that is what we plan to do. That's a pretty good perspective. A very short question before we end our interesting conversation. The R&D perspective, since there's a lot of it every 2 years, there's a cycle. Which areas now you're looking at, where there might be an interest? We do not need to know the entire information, but maybe the areas. That's a fantastic question. As I said earlier, we are an R&D focused company. We are a recognized DSIR, by the Government of India recognized R&D house, and there's a very few companies in India who do this. So we are essentially a silica processing industry. So a silica processing company. Our R&D lies in how we make silica, and we've got several patents for the same as well. Silica is used in multiple different industries, ranging from glass to ceramics to artificial marbles and to semiconductor crucibles. There's two particular areas where we have spent a lot of time and our R&D projects in, particularly the crucibles industry, which are used in semiconductors, as well as the artificial marble industry. Both of these industries' supply chain is essentially silica. And no one in India right now is even thinking about, getting into the crucible line that we are in very, very advanced stages right now. So, as I said, we are a company who likes to think out of the box. We don't do what anyone else in the industry is doing. And that is why we are very, very Raghav, that means artificial marbles and semiconductor. You have given us a lot to think about and also, guess a lot. But nevertheless, it's always a pleasure to have a chat with you, Raghav, and best of luck for the future going ahead as well. Yeah. So that's the interesting management coming in from Raghav Productivity Enhancers, and they did give us a small hint in new industry they are going into, semiconductor as well as in the marble segment. Pretty interesting, but we'll try to understand, do the valuations justify right now? For interesting stories like this, stay tuned to NDTV Profit, and yes, keep watching KYC.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they
In a major diplomatic breakthrough, US President Donald Trump says the US and Iran are close to a deal after planned strikes were called off last night. An Axios report says that the draft agreement includes immediate reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, a 60-day ceasefire extension, and a framework for fresh nuclear negotiations through key issues remain unresolved. Dalal Street gears up to end the week on a decent footing. Nifty hovers close to 23,400. Sensex gains more than 800 points. All major sectors are firmly in the green, with defense, PSU banks and real estate leading with gains. Oil prices extend losses after President Trump said a peace deal with Iran could be signed as soon as the weekend. While hopes of easing tensions weighed on crude, uncertainty remains as risks to shipping in the Strait of Hormuz persist, and no agreement has yet been formally confirmed by Tehran. Oil-linked stocks came under pressure today after crude prices declined, with ONGC and Oil India amongst the laggards today. In contrast, the aviation stocks gained ground as easing fuel costs boost the sentiment, with Indigo's parent Interglobe Aviation benefiting from expectations of improved profitability. Gold holds near recent highs after US President Trump says the US could sign a peace deal with Iran as early as this weekend. While optimism over a potential agreement supported market sentiment, investors remain cautious as Tehran has yet to formally confirm any deal. Hello and welcome. You've tuned into Markets at 12. I'm Nisha Podar, and let's take a look at the market. And yes, after a long period, looks like the market is really gaining and in good shape today and continues with the momentum. See how the stable, the Nifty chart is really looking. So no aberration and a continuous flow. A lot of it really depends on the kind of peace deal that is in expectation over the weekend. Also, crude has a huge role to play because as soon as crude really softens and uncertainties or at least negotiations are reaching some inflection point in the US-Iran deal, the markets really stabilize. Let's also take a look at the internals. What's really aiding the market today? And remember, bank is the quasi-play for the economy in India, and therefore HDFC Bank is really taking the lead in terms of top gainer on Nifty 50. So remember that out of the 220 points that is gained on Nifty 50, a large part of it, at least more than one or less than 1/4, that is 51 odd percent, 51 odd points is being added by HDFC Bank. Along with that, also all other pockets like Larsen & Toubro from the infra space, Bharti Airtel from the telecom space, Bajaj Financial Services. Again, all these are the top gainers. But what's on the downside? Well, IT still remains like a laggard today, where Tech Mahindra is really shaving off some bit of gains in profit on Nifty, and ONGC is the top loser. But those are minor gains. All in all, it's showing a strong show when it comes to the certainty. In fact, if you really take a look at all the pockets of the market today, there is green on the screen all across. It's a momentum build up on the relief that the war could really see. And that's what is really showing up. Defense as a sentiment play is the one which is the top gainer. PSU banks as well, financial services, real estate are all gaining. Nifty IT is the lowest in terms of gains, but at least in the green is some consolation coming in for that sector. Watcher Vikas Gupta, who's the CEO of Omniscience Capital, really joins in to give his expert take. Vikas, pleasure to welcome you on NDTV Profit. What do you make of, I wouldn't say a relief today, but the kind of volatility that we are seeing over past many sessions on an up day and a down day, depending on the global cues and the war front dialogue that's really going on?
First of all, thanks for having me. Pleasure to be here. So, see, we would still not rule out the volatility, right? We have seen this many times before on positive sentiment of the hopes of war. And that's what keeps the markets going up and down within a range for the last several weeks, I would say, right? So it's a good thing. It's a welcome thing today that it's all positive and across the board, which gives, support to the retail investors in terms of sentiment. And the main important thing is 3 years from now, people are going to say that 3 years, 5 years, I don't know, somewhere when you look back, you're going to say this was an amazing time and we should have entered the market then.
That's right. In the long term, we all are dead. And when in hindsight, we have much more wisdom, Vikas. But at the current moment, we'll have to go with the motions. At this particular time, when defense has again come back with a surge today, IT has been a laggard for quite some time. What are the pockets that you're really seeing for investment and to capitalize on the kind of valuation drop that last many sessions have given to many stocks and sectors?
So, nothing to do with today's price action, but PSU banks has been our top favorite for quite some time now. Okay. And when I say that's more than a year and a half, that is the most favorite sector in our opinion. That's the way to play the economy. And it's amazingly cheap, right? Single digit P's, unbelievably strong balance sheets. Over 20-year, best balance sheets, you would say healthiest balance sheets with CRARs, at 15, 16, 17 plus, NPAs below 1%, 0.5%, and so on. And already the growth is there, already double-digit growth for most of the banks. ROEs are 15%-ish. And we expect that the growth will be even higher going forward as infrastructure and all those investments start taking place. ROEs will be higher, and then naturally people will have to follow and reprice or re-rate it. So this is a very long-term pick, in our opinion, which is also unlocking as we speak, right? That is one of our favorites. Private banks is the second favorite, and third favorite is the power sector, which we think is the way to play the global AI. People keep saying India is a non-AI. The way to play AI in India is through the power sector.
That's an interesting point you made, Vikas, that to play India's AI game is through the power sector. Now, power sector now has also become a very broad canvas, with the thermal power also increasing its importance after a very long time, as we are in search for more fuel resources in the absence of crude, and that crisis really panning out because of the Middle East tension. But on the other hand, the renewables as well as the EV space and other ancillaries which are related to electricity and electric vehicles, as well as various other segments. How do you play the various segments? And in terms of the valuations, they have run up quite a bit in the anticipation of their growing importance. How would you play that for a short-term game? And of course, in the long run, probably that energy transition is here to stay.
So absolutely. So even before this trigger of the crude oil prices, the Iran war, etc., triggering the transition from traditional fossil fuels towards electric vehicles, which was already there, right? By 2030, we had to have 30% electric vehicles. But this triggered even more. Same way people, dependent on LPG, etc., they wanted to move towards electric cooking, etc., right? Because of this crisis. So that was the extra trigger. But the big three drivers, we have done this about a year back, report. The big three drivers for electricity in the long run is data centers, number two is electric vehicles, and number three is the railway electrification. So these are the primary driving factors. And right now, just recently, we are working on a report on data centers because things have changed significantly in last 1 year. Because of our Indian data center laws, data has to be in India. We generate around 15 to 20% of global data. I believe that will be even more going forward. And all of that has to be stored in Indian data centers, which is fine. But now we don't have Indian AI models. So even when a Google or a Anthropic or whoever is doing it, when they want to run models on Indian data, they will ideally have to retrain their data to have a really high quality Indian models. And of course, Indian firms will also do. And the training costs are much, much more intensive in terms of usage of the CPU and usage of the power compared to the inferencing. So we are at least now at the stage where next 2 to 3 years, first data centers have to come in, and then the data has to be stored and Indian models have to be created, which is extremely high intense. And then the inferencing will start.
All right, Vikas Gupta, very interesting thoughts there. Thanks for all the takeaways on the market expertise. Thank you so much for joining on NDTV Profit. But of course, crude oil prices below $90 per barrel after a very long time is auguring a good news for the Indian markets. And so is the rupee really reacting positively as well and is strengthening in trade today. So those are the two important factors really impacting the market. But let's take it to the key driver, that is the geopolitical tension and what's happening there. So India has firmly really defended its Russian oil purchases, remember, arguing that energy security, not geopolitics, really drove the decision. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar pointed out that the global powers encouraged such buying from Russia when markets really needed stability, highlighting what it really called the inconsistency of shifting sanctions and selective principles. Hear out.
So again, because we keep coming back to Russian oil. Look, when we didn't buy significant amount of Russian oil till 2022. Circumstances compelled us to get into that market. And I must say, the Russians have been steady suppliers because they put the cargoes out there and you go out there and buy oil, whichever is the most reasonable and available oil. But I do want people to remember this. At that time, the US specifically asked India to buy Russian oil to stabilize the world markets. Okay? Right now, if you see, after having first put tariffs on us last year for buying Russian oil, the US then again lifted its sanctions
because
on Russian oil.
They need the oil price down again. Yeah.
So let's not pretend that there is some great principle involved here. I mean, if it is on, off, and do it when it suits us and don't do it when it doesn't suit us. I mean, come on, we are all the adults in the room. We know what the game is. So I don't think making this about sanctimony is really warranted. Okay?
All right, so that was S. Jaishankar talking about the India's choices of oil purchases when we had no other choice. Really taking a look at the oil purchases, all linked to the geopolitical tension. And remember, overnight in a major diplomatic breakthrough, well, the US President Donald Trump says that the US and Iran are close to a deal after the planned strikes were called off last night. And an Axios report says that the draft agreement includes the immediate reopening of Strait of Hormuz. A 60-day ceasefire extension is also something which is on the cards. Let's take it straight to an expert to understand how much of this really makes sense at this particular time. Could there be a flip-flop in the negotiations, and what are the aspects and factors to be watched out for? Dr. Deep Pal, who's the Director of Geopolitics and Policy at Koan Advisory Group, joins in. Dr. Pal, always a pleasure to welcome you on NDTV Profit. Overnight developments when it comes to the US-Iran negotiations, what do you make of it? And from Indian standpoint, what's going to be important for us?
Right. Thank you for having me, Nisha. Always wonderful to be here. Look, as far as the deal is concerned, you mentioned the Axios report. We have all seen what President Trump has had to say. And the way I look at it is that we have been here before, so I'm going to be a little cautious before the actual signing is done. I mean, he has talked about how the Vice President Vance is going to be in Europe as soon as this weekend. We saw something similar when the negotiations in Pakistan were going on. We heard about how they were ready to emplane to depart for Pakistan for a signing. However, also let's keep in mind that the representatives of the Iranian side have said that they have not finalized the deal. They have not gone through every line of the deal and agreed to every line of this deal. They have also talked about how, in their experience, there have been multiple times when the US has changed the terms of the negotiation. So these continue to be there. I just want to highlight that. Having said that, I think this is definitely movement in the right directions. This is definitely indicating that there is forward movement. We know the Qatari negotiators were in Tehran over the last 2 days trying to hammer out some kind of a deal. So with all of this in mind, I think we are moving forward towards a deal, something that the entire world would want, something that the markets would want. The oil prices have gone down today, which definitely suggests that there is something in all of this saying that that seems positive. That seems forward movement. So as well as if you think about the fact that President Trump is getting into the period of celebrating the 250th anniversary of the United States, if he manages to sign a deal before that, that will definitely give him bragging rights during the celebrations. His popularity has been down back home. Inflation numbers have been rising. So this is definitely a win that he wants. I think there is movement, but I am still going to be a little cautious about how much of this is already done and how much of it remains to be done.
Right. So Dr. Deep Pal, a very important point raised by you, and totally I align with that aspect as well. While we all are taking it positively, the markets are taking it extremely positively, but then the flip-flop has always been there. And also, while US President may be under pressure, it is not just US which could be really taking this particular decision, because Israel angle is also very strong. How much will you really ascribe to Israel's positioning in that particular geography and its own historical, baggage that it has with Iran, and then their pressure points also to keep the war going?
Israel has actually been spoiler quite a few times as far as the US's interests in trying to get a deal done over the last few months. If you've seen, very recently we read about how President Trump actually yelled at the Israeli Prime Minister, called him crazy, and many other names that we shall not mention on air. But the fundamental difference between Israel and the US as far as the Iran issue goes is in the difference in objectives. Israel's objective from the outset has been to try and affect regime change, and once in Iran, and once they figured out that was not going to happen, they definitely wanted to lead to a situation where Iran and its proxies, as we have seen in Lebanon, they be subdued to a point that does not challenge Israel in the coming months. Now, that is not something that the US had signed up for, right? Which is why over the last few months, every time there has been forward movement in the deal-making process, there has been some kind of activity from Israel's side that has made Iran push back. Very recently, we also saw Iran actually take the fight right up to Israel's door on behalf of its proxies, which is again something we have not happened all this while, and is very significant to indicate that Iran is not just fighting for itself, it is fighting also on behalf of its proxies. So that will definitely be a very important factor to consider between now and whenever the actual signing of the deal is being envisioned.
That's right, and that's why, Dr. Deepal, I read it on a tweet from the US critics that 36 times is what Donald Trump has already said that the war is coming to an end. So will we really believe it 37th time that the market is believing, and we can be hopeful? But one quick question, how is India positioned in all this, especially with our sailors being killed by the US strikes and with some spurts of unrest in the POK at the current moment? What is it that you're sensing when it comes to disturbances, when it really concerns India?
Look, the Indian government has been talking to the US about the attacks on ships with Indian sailors. Now, one of the things that we have noticed is the talk is that the initial memorandum, the MOU of sorts that will be signed between Iran and the United States will be a short one that immediately says that hostilities will cease and the Strait of Hormuz will be opened up on both sides. Now, obviously, demining the strait and opening it up like it was prior to the beginning of the war will take time. But if hostilities cease and both sides agree on opening the Strait of Hormuz up, that immediately reduces the danger to the ships that are in the vicinity. If the naval blockade from the US is lifted, that reduces the danger to these ships that are in the region. Beyond that, I think India will definitely welcome lower oil prices. However, the interruptions in both gas and oil that we have read about, that we know about over the last few months, that is going to, I think, plague India for quite a few months more.
All right, Dr. Deepal, always a pleasure to get your expert take on the overall situation. Thank you so much for joining in. And this India's separate angle is also very interesting to watch out for when it comes to the Middle East crisis. With that, we'll slip into a short breather, come back for more, because Nifty 50 is shedding some part of the gains.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore. That's over a 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence, and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you've still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
Welcome back. You're watching Markets at 12. And yes, markets shaving off some bit of gains at the current moment at Nifty 50. Take a look also at HDFC Bank. Those are the gyrations that the market is really going through. But there are many stocks which are really buzzing in trade, gaining on momentum. Jasmeet is right here to get us the entire list. Jasmeet, what all makes it to your list of buzzing stocks today?
Well, Nisha, thank you for that. As rightly said, we see market cooling off a bit, but there are a couple of stocks which are buzzing in trade today on the back of the news flow. Well, starting off with the first one, I have MTAR Tech, where we see the management call coming up, and we see recovery in the stock coming up. Stock is up nearly 13%. Well, what we see is the company says there's no impact from the overall Bloom DD from the news. Further, they also said that they have a very healthy order book going ahead. Well, the management restates that the EPC partner stepping out, but the project will continue what they have planned for. The project will have no impact with the partner stepping out. Further, they say they are not directly dependent on any single end project. While they also state the clean energy order book, which is secured in this particular fiscal year of roughly 2,800 odd crore, while the closing order book for the management stands at 1,300 crore for the segment, which will be covered in the next couple of years. Well, this was the first one that's buzzing on the back of this management commentary. Well, the second one is Happiest Mind. Well, the company, even Happiest Mind being an IT company, comes out with the overall new AI platform, which will help organizations shift from the pilot to product phase, where we saw yesterday TCS doing the same, and we also saw Emphasis recently doing the same. We have seen a lot of IT companies coming forward similar to Happiest Mind. Now, what the Happiest Mind platform does is it basically used as an enterprise software delivery system. Further, the platform integrates AI across the software delivery system. What's interesting is the overall saving that this particular software does. Now, what management says is they claim up to 40 to 60% faster application modernization is something seen by using this particular AI platform. Further, they also note that they target for a 3x improvement in the engineering productivity. While the management lastly states that they can reduce the overall support cost by 30 to 50%. That's what the early experiment is showing for this particular project. Well, something to watch out for how this turns up for the management going ahead. Well, the last one is a brokerage note. That's Morgan Stanley on the overall internet. They have given very comprehensive note where they compare a lot of stocks and they give the current image of how the internet stocks are shaping up. While they say they reiterate Eternal as a top pick, further they also make a note that Eternal has given good execution and a solid balance sheet over all this while they say favorable industry growth to be a tailwind for this particular counter. While this, I have also compared few of the stocks stating that how Eternal has performed well compared to Swiggy in the last month. Further, even Shadowfax has outperformed delivery by 28%, while Paytm was over penalized at 14%. Now, what management says is the earning downgrade risk still persists, and also the competition risk is something to watch out for. All in all, I do stay bullish on this particular sector.
Right. Thanks, Jasmeet, for taking us through the entire list of stocks and news today. With that, completely out of time on this edition of Markets at 12, but keep it with NDTV Profit. Lots of market action on the other side. Thank you so much for tuning in.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you've still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
Hello and welcome back to NDTV Profit. You're watching Trending Stocks with me, Puneet Zaveri, as well as my colleague Sharad Dubey, who's joining us from the market pit. But Sharad, it's been a very interesting day today, continuing to maintain that 200-point uptake on the Nifty 50.
Well, yes, that's right. Good afternoon, Puneet. And yes, the momentum is there after a good gap-up opening. The momentum is there for Nifty as well. Of course, it's up almost 200 points. The story remains the same for Nifty Bank. Also, let's pull out the chart and show you where the action is there for Nifty Bank. It's doing much better actually than Nifty, but it's holding up. Both of them are holding up. They are waiting for the new trigger to come as well. Positions are getting reversed, but of course, the most important thing is Trump's commentary coming in, especially on the deal closure. It's expected to happen as early as this weekend, and that is what cheers all the global markets in the equity assets. Let's get in the factors to watch for you. What should be there, and what are the key levels you should be focusing on. The risk-on sentiment is back. That's the most important thing. Second thing is, of course, looking at Nifty Bank, how things are moving. Let's look at the keys, resistance range. From this, what happens is a good momentum comes in from 23,400 to 23,600. And for Nifty Bank also, let's just pull out that ranges between 56,000 to 56,500. These are the key levels to watch out for. But value buying has resumed back in small cap and mid cap, and that's a good sign. All sectoral gainers are in the green. Buying is there in the financials and the realty was largely oversold also. So now the buying is coming in. Global AI trade has resumed. That is where the momentum is happening. The risk-on sentiment is going up. Brent crude has slipped below that $90 per dollar mark per barrel, and that is what's helping a lot of emerging countries as well. Rupee is showing a good strength, a good technical reversal coming in. And apart from that, also, there are three important things to track today. The first one is the India May CPI data at 4 p.m. We have June Forex reserves after the market hours and SpaceX listing. That's what we'll be tracking today. So, a lot of events to be tracked. But nevertheless, for small caps, mid caps and large caps, it's a really good day. Back to you, Puneet.
Well, thanks for that, Sharad. So definitely the SpaceX listing continues to have a lot of mind space in us for today, for the weekend, as well as for Monday as well. But some key stocks that we have, on our watch list today as well. The first one that we are focusing on is Motilal Oswal. UBS has actually initiated coverage on the stock with a buy call. Target price close to 1100 odd rupees, and that's working well for the stock at this point of time. Happiest Minds also continues to be in focus on the back of enterprise AI launch, and that will be a very important one. They've of course put in agentic AI platform as well with that. But continuing with its IT peer Hexaware, a $500 million US patent case relief is offering good support to the counter today at this point of time. On the other hand, though, Eternal continues to be a stock that's been, a stock that we focused on all week along with Swiggy as well. Morgan Stanley has reiterated the stock as one of its top pick, and that's working for the stock today as well. G&G Electronics seen institutional buying. PCBL has also commissioned a new production line in Mundra, and that's working for the stock today as well. Deccan Gold continues to be another stock that's on our focus. They have a new gold project in Kyrgyzstan, and hence stocks up today as well. Electronic Marts is the other one, another new brand store launched in Andhra Pradesh. While a lot of those nuclear stocks continue to be in focus and powering through. So you have the likes of Walchand Nagar that are doing well in trade today. All of them were up almost 4% at the start of the trading session. Although Bosch is another one that's up today. It's been upgraded to a buy from a sell rating earlier from UBS. Target price now well over 45,000 rupees versus 27,000 earlier. So it's a steep re-rating candidate today, and hence you're seeing buying momentum on the stock today. MTAR also continues to be another stock that most investors have on the radar. Management has clarified that the order has not been lost, essentially, of 1.8 gigawatt hour, and hence the guidance sustains is the other key factor, is what they'll be hoping for and what investors will be hoping for as well. Aegis Vopak continues to extend its gains. The OMC counters are continuing to be in focus because crude has now fallen to around $90 a barrel, and that has had a negative impact on the exploration companies like ONGC as well as Oil India. And the other couple of companies, Asian Paints also one of the beneficiaries of crude falling. Hinware Home is buzzing on the back of volumes, and Equitas Small Finance Bank, that is the other counter. A bank is seeing a growth of almost 20%. You have a brokerage note on the counter as well, but Q4 gave us some indication that the worst was over and that momentum has continued through. So these are some of the key stocks that we have on our watch list today. But Sharad, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Puneet, for that. Now we'll start our rapid fire round. We're joined in by Rajesh Bhosle of Angel One. Good afternoon, Rajesh. It's always a pleasure to have you with us at NDTV Profit. We'll start our rapid fire segment, and let's pull out the chart for Eternal. It's of course Morgan Stanley's top pick in its recent internet report as well, and a little bit of buying also coming in this segment. Any positional setup here, which is looking good? Any important levels to track for Eternal?
So yeah, hi, afternoon. So if you see charts of Eternal, it's trading around its strong support. Multiple swing low is seen around 235 levels, and today we are seeing a bullish kicking pattern. So as long 234 holds, positive bias can be kept with the immediate targets of around 250 to 255 levels.
Right, and Rajesh, what about G&G Electronics? The stock has been buzzing of late on the volumes. Promoters have sold a little bit of stake for minimum public shareholding norms, but there's a good absorption happening as well.
Yeah, strong volumes since yesterday, but today if we see from higher levels, it has seen some profit booking. We'll wait for prices to cross above 455, which also coincide with today's high and last week high. Once 455 is crossed, then we can expect momentum towards 487. So on watch list, we'll have a wait and watch. Once 455 is crossed, we can expect momentum.
Right, and brokerages have also turned quite bullish on Aegis Vopak. We saw Aegis Logistics also doing well, but Aegis Vopak, what are the key levels to watch out for? Good time to book a little bit of profit, or do you think there's a positional bet at play?
We can continue to hold on to this stock because we are seeing a fresh price and volume breakout prices are sustaining above 50 EMA after a very long time. So possibly the stock prices can extend move towards 200 EMA, which is currently placed around 230 levels. So as of now, hold on to it. Stoppers can be kept around 200 levels.
So OMCs and even Interglobe Aviation are getting the relief of the fall in the crude prices. Good time to make some long positions in these counters, it seems like.
If we see OMCs, it did witness a gap up opening, but it's still not sustaining those gains, or we are not seeing any major trend reversal as of now. But when we talk about Indigo, definitely, if you see chart structure of last 2 months, it has been consolidating with around 4600 being acting as a resistance, and prices have well surpassed it. So Indigo is looking interesting. Possibly a bounce towards 4850, 4900 can be expected. So waiting for OMC's confirmation, but Indigo can be bought.
Right, and your views on ONGC and Oil India, the bearish stance is coming on these counters. Do you think there's more sell-off there in these segments? And if yes, can you just give me the stop losses for both of these counters?
So from the mid-May, we have seen vertical fall in both these counter. ONGC was trading around 300 levels, and from there it has slipped towards 250. We expect this weakness to extend. Possibly 230 levels can be expected in ONGC. Similarly, oil has seen sharp vertical fall. Possibly 400 levels can be expected. So fresh longs should be avoided as further weakness is expected in both these counters.
Fair enough. And the last stock, Hinware Home Innovation, one of the top gainers, in the Nifty 500 index also. Do you think this momentum will continue for this counter as well right now?
Very strong, sharp volumes are there. So we expect strong buying to continue. Possibly the stock can head towards 200 DMA somewhere around 260 level. So continue to have a positive bias on this.
Okay, so positive bias coming in this counter. But folks, that's the end of the rapid fire round. Over to you, Puneet. What are the Google trending stocks you are gathering?
Well, there are a bunch of them that's trending on Google today. You have, of course, this week seen a bunch of them from the banking, pharma, as well as the auto space. Let's pull up those counters now on your screen. The first one that we have, and we'll just roll those stocks up as well that continue to be is Trent. Now, Trent has been continuing to be on a focus on the back of what we've seen, the bonus issue, of course, adjustment. But stocks up almost 0.5 today as well, and continues to be on our radar because this has been a decent quarter for the company in quarter 4 and continues to be in focus on the back of what we've seen in terms of the guidance for FY27. Rajesh, a very quick question on Trend though, because we've seen that corporate adjustment happen. What's your view on the stock now?
So if we see from April month, the stock is oscillating between 50 EMA and 200 DMA. Until we see a breakout from beyond these averages, this consolidation may continue. For now, bottom out seems to be done. And once 200 DMA around 2850 is crossed, we can expect some strong momentum towards 3100. So we'll wait for prices to cross about 2850. On the downside, those who are having can keep a stop loss of 50 EMA placed around 2600 levels.
Also got it, Rakesh. And Rajesh, because just before we let you go, a quick question, and this one is popping. Ashok Leyland, I want to just get a quick view from you on, because we've seen crude oil prices ease a little bit and stocks up 5%. Are these the support levels for the stock or something that we can watch out for in the near term?
So Ashok Leyland, strong formation is there. Bullish kicking formation is visible on the daily chart. Volumes are also good, and in fact prices are bouncing from the April swing low. So double bottom kind of structure is there. So possibly Ashok Leyland can extend its move towards 158, 160 level. So yes, Ashok Leyland looks good from a short-term perspective.
Got it. Well, Rajesh, we'll let you go on that note. Thanks so much for joining in, giving us your views across a whole bunch of stocks and spaces today. But viewers, time to step into a very short break. On the other side, we'll connect with Narendra Solanki of Anand Rathi Shares and Stockbrokers for his fundamental opinion. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen.
Welcome back to Trending Stocks, and now we are joined in by Narendra Solanki of Anand Rathi Share Broking. Good afternoon, Narendra. It's always a pleasure to have you. Interesting company is there. Motilal Oswal and UBS has initiated a buy rating for it. A target price of 1150 rupees, and of course AUM growth momentum, that is where the bullishness is coming from the broking house. 18% CAGR, that's the number we are looking like. AUM is also expected to expand by 21% CAGR, and also the recurring revenues and improving product mix is something which UBS is quite bullish on. Just to start with our conversation, Narendra, your views on Motilal Oswal Financial Services, fundamentally how is it placed, and any other capital market player also, if you are looking at, where do you think there is an alpha to be made? It can be an asset manager also.
Yeah, good afternoon. Currently, we do not have any active recommendation or coverage on Motilal Oswal, but yeah, in this space, we are very positive on, and we can clearly see most of these companies are shifting towards an AUM-led growth model, which is a very sticky in nature, and it provides a good long-term revenue stream and provides stability to overall business model to ride off the short cyclical volatility. Now, coming to the capital market segment, there are two stocks which we like right now. One is CAMS and another is ICICI Pru AMC. So we are very positive on both these stocks at the moment.
Got it, Narendra. But Equitas Small Finance Bank is also the other counter that's buzzing in trade today. Now, if you see the count over the last year or so, first 3 quarters of FY26 results are largely weaker set of numbers. Q4 that changed through, and now Axis Securities has actually turned bullish on the counter as well. They say management is targeting a 20% growth in terms of assets under management. Asset mix also largely tilted towards that secured lending, which was the positive in the last year. And the MFI exposure, which is microfinance, of course, was the weakened aspect in FY26. Exposure will be limited to just 10%. Asset quality also remains under control as the larger stress from microfinance is behind, is what the company has said. Now, Axis remains watchful of the West Asia conflict, but margins could remain around that 7% mark amid what we've seen in terms of the rising cost of funds trend. But provisions will definitely be lower, is the key expectations. Credit cost, hence, expected at the 1.2 to 1.25% mark in FY27, and ROAs should also inch up to that similar level as well. But deposit mobilization continues to be a challenge, but the markets definitely had their opinion on what they feel of the numbers. It's been a good run, and if you can pull up the 1 month year-to-date chart as well, it's been a good one for the company as well. But Narendra, not sure if you have an active coverage on Equitas Small Finance Bank. It's almost moved 8.5% in just the last month or so. If not, any view that you have on these smaller finance bank companies and anything that you like?
See, as far as Equitas is concerned, I think definitely there has been challenges in MFI segment, and what we have seen right now in the latest results is that there are early signs of normalization happening. It is still yet to be seen whether this sticks or not for the next 1 to 2 quarters. But in terms of asset quality, some normalization is happening on the positive side. And I think with this, I think return ratios should also improve gradually. And with the guidance of, with the AUM growth guidance of in high teens, I think the company would be able to manage the overall profitability and the return ratio. And as far as collection efficiency is also concerned, I think there has been also some improvement in that, which is hovering at around 98% kind of a mark. So I believe let us wait and see how the next few quarters perform, and then I think it would be in a much better position to take to reassess the situation.
Got that view, Narendra. But also pull up Bosch and what's that stock doing in trade today? We covered it in a watch list, up almost 3.8% now, and largely because of an upgrade coming in from UBS. Now they've actually double upgraded the stock to a buy from a sell rating earlier, and a massive target price increase that's visible on your screen right now at 45,000 rupees versus 27,920 earlier. Now they feel portfolio has repositioned itself now that the company has done. We're reshaping its investment case as well. And the earlier concerns, which were around the powertrain risk as well as the ICE exposure of the company also, seem to have been allayed because of the newer ventures. On top of that, we've seen the Bosch chassis acquisition come through, which will give another upside potential from the current benefits that they have from the traditional business. JVs also give an incremental upside, and hence they are seeing that the stock was downgraded way back in late 2021. Since then, you have had that sell rating, and now Pramod Kumar, of course, the analyst of UBS, has now turned bullish on this counter as well. But Narendra, any active coverage on Bosch in your opinion?
See, Bosch, we do not have any active coverage or recommendation, but definitely we are very positive on the auto ancillaries segment. And if you look at the recent performance of the Bosch and the JVs, the strategic JV with the Brakes India and Wheels India. Plus, if you see the overall outlook, which is very positive, and especially the changes such as Cafe 3, BS7, and ADAS, plus the electrification trends, and I think all these things are acting as a tailwind for the stock, and I think the performance should continue to improve. And also in the CV segment, if you see the growth has been, the momentum has been really pretty much in good shape. So I think overall things are falling in place for the company right now.
All right, so that's the view coming in for Bosch. But another counter, very volatile, that's MTA Tech. Now, yesterday it was down, today it's up. What's the actual story behind it? Maima is with us on that.
It's recovered, all of its loss that it did yesterday and has recovered quite a bit now, trading 12% higher. So the story basically is that, yesterday we talked about how, the orders coming from Bloom Energy could impact. But today, they've, not today, in fact, yesterday they've gone ahead and clarified that there's no impact on Bloom DD from what, media was collecting. And they have received communication from Bloom that the EPC partner, that is, Crusoe, has stepped out, but the project will continue. It's not going to hamper them, and there's no direct dependency on any single end project, is what they've said. Clean energy orders secured this fiscal year stand at around 2,800 crore and closing order book of around 1,300 odd crore of this segment, and this will cover the next couple of years for them. So that's the overall news, overall clarification coming in from MTA, and that's why we're seeing that uptick in the counter coming in.
Thanks a lot, Maima, for that. Of course, MTA Tech, everybody discussing about it, and of course the management will also be coming in the closing show, so stay tuned with us on that. But, Narendra, your view coming in for MTA Tech, this counter is very volatile, valuations at times are questionable, but so is the growth. So what's your view on that?
See, right now we do not have any active coverage or recommendation, but if you see this Bloom Energy issue, a few years back also this has been the concern, and it has been, we have seen that whenever any company's order books is predominantly dominated by a single customer or dependent on that. So I think these kind of issues crop up. But having said that, I think the clarification is sentimentally positive for the company. And the management is also aware of diversifying away from this kind of a heavy dependence on a single customer. Having said that, I think if you see the overall order book, which is decent, hovering at around 1,300 crore or so. So I think the execution remains the key item which needs to be tracked, and how the company is able to execute the future orders. So that could be the key monitorable. Plus, the company has also diversified into nuclear apart from clean energy. So in that space also, there is a huge ordering activity which should be coming down 2 to 3 quarters.
Stock Happiest Minds, AI-related announcements coming in. To decode that, we are joined in by Jasmeet. Jasmeet, what's happening here with Happiest Minds?
Well, Sharad rightly said, a lot of AI stuff is happening around the IT stuff. Now, if you look at the Happiest Mind as a company, they have launched an integrated agentic AI platform. Basically, the regular software platform, but with AI in it. So now they have given a strong brief that they will be able to reduce a lot of cost with this. Let me read out for you all. It says that they claim up to 40 to 60% faster application modernization by this particular AI tool, while they also say that they target 3x improvement in terms of the overall productivity. And lastly, they also say the overall cost to support this particular project would reduce by 40 to 60 odd % as per the earlier signs of data. Now it's a wait and watch of how does this pan for the company going ahead, and how meaningfully can AI expand, given that even TCS and Infosys, they are creating a lot of AI-based platforms so far, but yet there's no revenue from it.
Right. Thanks a lot for that, Jasmeet. Just in short, Narendra, I just wanted to get your views fast on this Happiest Minds. Are you looking at this counter?
Yeah, definitely. We are also positive on the counter. However, looking at the current volatilities, and most of the Indian companies are adopting and implementing the AI implementation tools, but they are, I think, facing a lag because of the fast adoption. And I think we may see some revenue trickling in at least after 2 quarters, and then maybe probably we'll see which companies would be leading the pack. But yeah, definitely there has been a lot of acceptance within the industry, and a lot of work is happening in the AI space.
Right. So that's a pretty interesting take. Thanks a lot, Narendra, for joining us and giving your time to NDTV Profit. It's always a pleasure to have you with us. But folks, we are running out of time. That's all for Trending Stocks from me, Puneet, and the entire team who has put together this wonderful show. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance.
In a major diplomatic breakthrough, US President Trump says the US and Iran are close to a deal after planned strikes were called off. An Axios report says that the draft agreement includes the immediate reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, a 60-day ceasefire extension, and a framework for fresh nuclear negotiations, though key issues remain unresolved. The last week gears up to end the week on decent footing, and this is as the Nifty hovers close to 23,350, Sensex more than 600 points higher as well, and all major sectors firmly in the green with defense, PSU banks and realty leading gains. Oil prices, meanwhile, extend losses after US President Trump says a peace deal with Iran could be signed as soon as this weekend. While hopes of easing tensions weighed on crude, uncertainty remains as risks to shipping in the Strait of Hormuz persist and no agreement has yet been formally confirmed by Tehran. Oil-linked stocks come under pressure after crude prices decline, with ONGC and Oil India among the laggards. In contrast, aviation stocks gain ground as easing fuel costs boosted sentiment, with Indigo's parent Interglobe Aviation benefiting from expectations of improved profitability. Gold holds near recent highs after US President Trump says that the US could sign a peace deal with Iran as early as this weekend, while optimism over a potential agreement supports market sentiment. Investors remain cautious as Tehran has yet to formally confirm any deal. Good afternoon, you're watching Lunchtime Trades with me, Shreyansi Singh, and this is the show that gets you a roundup of everything that is happening in the world of commodities, news and updates as well on the top buzzers at this hour, all while you grab lunch. But before we do that, let's take a very quick look at what the markets are up to, because it seems that the last week is really set to end the week quite higher, whether you talk about Nifty or Sensex. When you talk about broader markets, they're actually outperforming the pack with about a 1.5% gain coming in for the small cap indices, and when you talk about mid cap as well, about 0.9% higher as well as we speak. Now, when you talk about the entire sectoral picture, there's actually just one sector that is on the back foot, and that is Nifty IT. Barring that, you do have the entire sectoral picture that is looking quite good right now, with the defense bank, financial services, PSU bank, realty, rural and consumption sectors doing quite good for themselves. When you talk about the list of gainers and losers as well, that also is emerging to be quite interesting. So there are a bunch of counters, like among the broader names, something like an IFCI that is standing out, something like an Exaro Tiles that is up about 20%, MPL Plastics, Autumn Investment, all of those counters doing quite good for themselves. But when you talk about the entire Nifty 50 pack as well, a bunch of stocks that are gaining in trade. And there's a very interesting market picture that you have right now. So something like an Interglobe Aviation stands out with that 3.5% uptick really coming in. And when you talk about MTAR Tech, that stock is doing quite good for itself as well. Bosch, that's one counter that's standing out on the back of a UBS initiation as well. So largely, that's the entire setup that you have right now when it comes to markets. But that said and done, let's also talk about oil as well as gold, because it's a very interesting picture that you're seeing shape up there as well. Now, when you talk about oil prices, hitting that 2-month low is what they're doing right now, extending some of those losses from earlier as well. So prices are really falling, and some of that optimism really coming across in terms of the deal as well. So as you can see on your screens, about 1.8% cut coming in for Brent, WTI as well, about 1.7% down as we speak. And you do have the entire picture that is emerging for gold as well, in terms of gold really holding gains. The biggest gain since March rally is something that you're seeing gold as well hold on to. And it's trading close to $4,220 in terms of that sharp rise also coming in. That's something that you're seeing emerging right now. But prices did jump about 3.4% in the last session, holding some of those gains as we speak. So you do have some bit of commentary coming in on the inflation front as well from the ECB. But all of that and more is something that we'll be exploring in our conversation right now with Dinesh Somani, founder of Pro IntelliTrade Services, joining us on the show right now. Mr. Somani, a very good afternoon, and thank you so much for taking time out and joining us. First things first, really wanted to try and understand what you think about oil prices right now, given the fact that the entire deal optimism seems to have entered the conversation.
Yeah, good afternoon. And the deal is almost through, but I mean, I've heard this deal is going through since last 40 times. 40 times it has been said that we are very near to the deal, but the deal is not happening. And that's the point out here. But despite the fact that the crude oil prices are trading at the lowest level, close to 8200 mark. That's a very crucial level in MCX is concerned. $84 is a very crucial level for WTI crude. If that closes below it, I think $78 will be quite possible. Overall, I feel that the market is discounting the geopolitical tension, the war-like situation, and is reacting to the demand and supply, which is excess. There is no demand and there is excess supply, it would come in. So overall, I think the prices would be under pressure. If the deal goes through by the weekend, there could be immense pressure in crude oil prices coming days.
Absolutely, but immense pressure. When you say that, do you agree with President Donald Trump really saying that oil prices are going to fall like a rock? And if that is true, and if your answer is yes, then what is the bottom of the barrel? Where are you seeing it? Any levels that you have in mind?
I feel it could stabilize around $76 to $78 from here. The current prices are around $86. I think the upside is capped at $90, and we may see if it closes below $84, $76 to $78 is quite possible. Whether I believe it or not on Trump is a different thing, but the market would react to these things. I think overall we are very near to a peace deal, and it may happen anytime soon.
No, absolutely. The question is whether or not the commentary about oil prices is really to be believed there as well. But, when you talk about gold as well, it's quite the interesting setup that you're seeing, and interesting to say the least, because you do have a little bit of a uptick really coming through, and it's really not been acting as a safe haven asset. That would be my next question. But right now, what do you think about gold prices right now in terms of the way that they have been moving?
Yes, definitely it's not acting as a safe haven buying, because whatever reasons were there for the bull run, where the prices moved up in the COMEX to $5,600, mostly it was the decline in the interest rate which was happening in US. Now there is a possibility of rising in interest rate. Secondly, the dollar index was traded around 97.40, 98. Now it is trying to move about the 100 level mark. First, the third thing is there was immense demand for the ETF. Now there is a withdrawal in ETF right now. The central banks were regularly buying. Now few of the central banks are about to sell gold. So overall, all the fundamental scenario which keep the prices elevated now are on the decline side. Second most thing is the inflation, which is on the rising side now. If inflation moves up, there could be a possibility of rate hike soon, and there will be further pressure in gold oil prices. June is a month with respect to the data analysis since last 26 years. June is the worst performing month for gold as of now. Overall, there is a 60% possibilities that there is 3.5% fall in the month of June. Previously, in 2013-14, there was an 11% fall. This year, in 2026, in the initial 11 to 12 days, there is almost an 11% decline in the gold oil prices. So any pullback rallies towards the $4,300 mark would be again as a resistance or a supply zone. Downside, we may see the sentimental level of $4,000 to be broken. $38.80 is quite possible in a month or two.
Absolutely, and thank you so much, Mr. Somani, for helping us out with that update really coming in. Last thing that I really wanted to ask you is that, do you think that fresh buys seem to be the strategy right now when it comes to gold, given that the fundamentals, in terms of the commentary coming in from brokerages, in the longer term, they do suspect that the fundamentals remain quite strong?
Definitely, gold fundamental will definitely remain strong. If you see the last 20-25 years data, gold has always been a good performer, given a compounded annual growth rate of 13 to 14%. Probably a year or two is there where we have a negative return. So accumulating gold from this level is very much advisable, but you have to keep it in tranches. Like we buy at $4,200, $4,000 and $3,800. That would be a good strategy right now.
No, absolutely, and thank you so much, Mr. Somani, for joining us with all of those details when it comes to oil as well as gold and what to expect there really. But that's the word coming in terms of some of those insights. But let's also get you the word coming in from India in terms of us really firmly defending Russian oil purchases, arguing that energy security, not geopolitics, drove the decision. In fact, the word coming in from External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is quite important, because he's pointing out that global powers encouraged such buying when markets needed stability, highlighting what it called the inconsistency of shifting sanctions and selective principles. Let's go across and listen.
So again, because we keep coming back to Russian oil. Look, when we didn't buy significant amount of Russian oil till 2022. Circumstances compelled us to get into that market. And I must say, Russians have been steady suppliers, because they put the cargoes out there and you go out there and buy oil, whichever is the most reasonable and available oil. But I do want people to remember this. At that time, the US specifically asked India to buy Russian oil to stabilize the world markets. Yeah. Okay. Right now, if you see, after having first put tariffs on us last year for buying Russian oil, the US then again lifted its sanctions
because
on Russia.
they need the oil price down again. Yeah.
So let's not pretend that there is some great principle involved here. I mean, if it is on, off, and do it when it suits us and don't do it when it doesn't suit us. I mean, come on, we are all adults in the room. We know what the game is. So I don't think making this about sanctimony is really warranted. Okay.
All right, then it's time for a very quick break right here on Lunchtime Trades. More news and updates on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying tuned in. Well, it's time now to put the spotlight on some of the stocks that are in focus right now. In fact, Jasmeet is joining in with just that list.
Now, if you look at the particular counters in my radar, all of them are buzzing on the back of the news flow. Starting off with the first one, it's MTAR Tech. On the call with the investor, company says they see no impact from the Bloom DD what the news was, and they also said that they have received no communication from Bloom, while the EPC partner has stepped out, but the project will continue as it is. Further, they said there's no direct dependency on the single end project, while they also make a note that the clean energy order secured for this fiscal year stands at 2,800 crore, while the closing order book stands at 1,300 odd crore for the particular segment. While that's the reason stock is buzzing in today, still about 13%. While the next one is Happiest Mind, while the company launches its agentic AI platform, where the platform is used for the enterprise software delivery, while the platform also integrates AI across its software development cycle. What's interesting is the overall analogy the company has given, where the management says they claim up to 40 to 60% faster application modernization timeline with the new AI tool, while they also note that they target 3x improvement in the overall engineering productivity. While lastly, they also make a note that they can reduce support cost by nearly 30 to 50% as per the early implementation. While the last stock that will be in focus is the brokerage note, that's Morgan Stanley on Internet. While they have given a very comprehensive note on all the internet companies and they have shared their views. While what they state is they reiterate their Eternal as a top pick for the particular counter, and they see the Eternal to have a good execution and a solid balance sheet, and they also make a note that the favorable industry growth will be a tailwind for this particular counter. While the company also said that Indian internet capex has seen a drop of 8% up from March to 2026 peaks, and the similar trend is in the US market as well. While they've also compared few of the listed internet stocks across their competitors, where they have said that the overall Eternal outperformed Swiggy by 11% in the month, while they also saw Shadowfax over delivery by 28%. While last year they make a note that Paytm was over Pineless by nearly 14%. They say there might be a few risks in terms of earnings downgrade when it comes to the competition, which is something to watch out for.
No, absolutely, and thank you so much, Jasmeet, for joining us with that entire list. So there you go. Some of those counters are buzzing away with MTAR Tech really leading the pack with that 13% uptick really coming through. But when you talk about India, we've in fact unveiled Varya AI, an indigenous video generation model developed under the India AI mission, marking a significant step in the country's AI ambitions. In fact, Rishabh Bhatnagar spoke to the founder of Avatar.ai, Shravant Aluru. Listen into a slice of what the founder really had to say about the launch.
You've launched a model here with the support of the India AI mission. Talk to us about the sort of support that you've also received from the government, and also talk to us about how it's different from the existing distilled video models that are out there on the market currently.
Yeah, thank you so much for the wishes, and very proud, honestly, on behalf of our team to present the first distilled video model coming out of the India AI mission, and it's the first video model in India, made in India. The support from the government has been phenomenal. I mean, even directionally for me as a leader in our team, I still remember the first meeting with S. Krishnan sir, and that's where we framed the point that if you want to get to inclusive AI, you need to have affordable AI. And so, to your point, our focus was efficiency. How do we get the quality of the video AI that from a state of the art without losing on the quality? How do we get that accessible at a magnitude lower cost? We also started thinking that any 10x reduction of costs would probably unlock markets that are not tapped today, right? A high school teacher in a rural India, an MSME trying to create a product ad, and many such use cases. And so we really wanted to go deep. Proud to tell you that we're now, to answer the second half of your question, about 27 times faster and cheaper to WAN 2.2. WAN 2.2 is widely regarded as the best video open source model. It comes out of Alibaba's labs in China. And it's a proud moment to be able to have the similar quality, comparable output, but at 27 times the lower cost.
That's very interesting indeed. Shravant, also talk to us about the sort of, there's a lot of labeling requirements that have come in for AI content. Yep. There's a lot of AI slop that a lot of us are dealing with. Yep. Talk to us about how you will combat this with your model.
Yep. So, you know, there are obviously policies that we align with, like there's a generated by AI out there. There are built-in safeguards and guardrails in the model. Think of NSFW kind of context. You don't want immoral and unethical usage of the model. So we just
Here's a little something for sport fans. Now, the FIFA World Cup kicked off earlier today, promising a month of football fever, drama, and global fandom. Let us see what is the economic behind this tournament. Piyush, in fact, is standing by with all of those details.
That's right, Shreyansi. The FIFA World Cup has started. It's not just a tournament, it is the biggest sporting spectacle on the planet, bringing together billions of fans every 4 years. The journey first began around 100 years back in 1930 when the first FIFA World Cup was held in Uruguay. Since then, only 8 teams have actually managed to lift the football's most coveted trophy. The tournament wasn't held in 1942 and 46 because of World War II, but it returned stronger than ever and grew into a global phenomenon. So today we are learning here, how does FIFA actually make money? Despite being a non-profit organization, FIFA generates billions of dollars through the World Cup ecosystem. The vast majority of FIFA's revenue actually comes from around 75 to 90% of it comes from sale of television broadcasting rights, with billions of viewers tuning in worldwide. Broadcasters are willing to pay enormous sums for access. Additional revenue streams include marketing partnerships, sponsorships, hospitality packages, ticket sales and licensing rights. Demand for tickets is so intense that some tickets have reportedly been sold for more than $2 million on FIFA's resale marketplace. For regular matches this season, primary sale tickets are around $120 to $265 for non-host fixtures. FIFA final is an entirely different ball game. Base standard price has been set at around $8,000 to $11,000 US. Prime category tickets are being sold for $30,000 to $73,000 US. In 2024, FIFA reported a revenue of approximately $432 million, and as a non-profit, FIFA doesn't really use this money, reinvest the revenue into the development of football programs, infrastructure, and grassroots initiatives around the world. How do host country benefits? Now, contrary to popular belief, host countries don't really directly make money from FIFA's tournament revenues. Instead, the benefits come from economic activity which is generated around the event during the whole tournament is being held. Millions of fans travel across continents to support their teams, creating a major tourism boom for hotels, restaurants, airlines, and local businesses. Hosting a World Cup also encourages governments to invest in long-term infra projects, new airports, upgraded roads, improved transportation system, and modern stadiums can actually continue serving local economies even after the tournament has ended. Beyond tourism and infrastructure, the spotlight can strengthen a country's international image, attract future business opportunities, and potentially encourage greater foreign investment. Now, final thoughts. FIFA World Cup 2026 promises to be a historic one on multiple fronts, whether it's the battle for football immortality, the billions generated by the tournament, or the economic impact of host nation. FIFA World Cup 2026 is shaping up to be much more than just a sporting event.
No, absolutely. Much more than a sporting event. In fact, just for context, the 2022 tournament in Qatar engaged over 2 billion viewers across platforms. So that's definitely an update coming in terms of the economics of FIFA as well. That's all the time that we have on the show for now. Thank you so much for tuning in.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over a 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence, and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you've still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Coming soon.
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey.
Welcome. You're watching Small Cap Buzzers here at NDTV Profit. I'm Mahima Vachajani and with me is Varsha Chandani, and this is a show where we talk about a lot of small cap names buzzing in trade today. Let's take a look at what names are we going to discuss today. The first one is going to be D Development. We're going to speak to the management of this company. For them, overall, the capex cycle phase is over and cash flow generation from here on should happen. And the HRSG exports is a high margin business for them because it's asset light, and we'll have to see as to how that fares. Plus, FY27 growth is tied to power business as a whole, and we'll have to see as to how execution takes place and how that translates into top line. The next one that we're going to talk about is Chamanlal Setia Exports. Now, this is a rice export company. The volumes have surged 16 times its 30-day average today. It snapped its 2 days losing streak. The focus for them remains US-Europe growth going forward. We'll have to understand from the management as to how, even if there is any impact of the Middle East crisis also. The next one is Anu Pharma. The stock has gained for 2 straight sessions and has guided for 15 to 20% annual growth, and that's why we're seeing an uptick coming in on this one as well. And the last one that we're going to talk about is Hariom Pipes. FY27 will be driven by utilization discipline is what the management has said, and Metal Mart arm for trading push is something that is going to augur growth for the business. So these are some of the names that we're going to talk about in this small cap show today, but let's also start taking a look at how the markets are doing. Let's try to pull up the Nifty 50. There you go. It's up almost 1% and recovered quite a bit from its day's low point. Now trying to touch at where it started, around 23,455 was the high that we saw. We'll have to see whether it gets to touch that 23,455 levels or not. Let's try to pull up the heat map as well and see as to what are the counters that are contributing to this gain. You have Indigo flying in trade today, and this is on the back of crude prices coming down. Shriram Finance also doing fairly well. HDFC Bank, so heavyweight, doing its part, up 2.7%, followed by Bajaj Finance, Jio Finance, Titan, L&T. A lot of these names, gaining 2% each till Axis Bank here. But on the flip side, you have ONGC on the back of, lowering of crude prices down 2.5%. There's Tech Mahindra, which is also seeing a downtick of around 2.3%. So both of these names largely that are seeing a downtick in trade today. Let's try to pull up the sectoral heat map and see as to what sectors are looking like in trade at this moment. In private bank, yet another day of gains coming in for this one, up 1.8%. Financial services also doing very well. PSU banks today have turned its tide. Yesterday was in the red, but today seeing gains of about 1.5%. Realty also doing fairly well. Largely the action is on the positive side, but you have Nifty IT, which is turned into the red, down about 0.2%, and Nifty Media seeing the least gains. So that's with regards to where the sectors go. Let's try to pull up the advanced decline ratio as well quickly before I go on to Varsha for our small cap names. Largely skewed towards the buyers. 2183 is the advanced number that you're seeing, was that of a decline of 435, and the gap has widened and has been this since the start of the trade. Let's try to pull up the mid cap 150 and the small cap 250 as well. The mid cap 150 also outperforming slightly versus the benchmark, up 1.3%, and the small cap 250 clearly outperforming the benchmark, up 1.7%. And throughout the day, it's managed to maintain that gain. So that's with regards to where the small cap 250 goes. But Varsha, what are some of the specific names in the small cap space that are buzzing today?
Well, good day for small cap stocks, I would say. Let's pull up Hinware Home Innovation. If you see, the stock is buzzing on the back of strong volume here. 25 times of its 30-day average. Stock is up almost 12% in trade. You have Camlin Fine Sciences also buzzing in trade. Bhagarida Chemicals, even EPAC Prefab, it continues its rally. Stock has seen a huge rally. EPAC Prefab, if we can pull up that stock, it's almost up 5% in trade. Indoco Remedies continues its rally on the second day itself. Even G&G Electronics, yesterday the stock was up almost 14%. The news is Goldman Sachs, we have Motilal Oswal, key buyers and promoters had to sell shares because of some SEBI regulation, and these are the buyers, and hence the stock is buzzing in trade. It's up almost 4%. On the losers, you do have losers. You have Ritan TMT, Unichem Lab is also seeing some kind of pressure on the back of profit booking. There you go, the stock is down 2% in trade after seeing a huge rally in the last 2 days. Well, but the one stock which is in focus is, of course, D Development Engineers. Post strong capex cycle completion and with a healthy order book in place. Let's see where that conversation goes. Let's bring in KL Bansal, who's chairman and MD of D Development Engineers, to understand growth, execution and margin outlook ahead. So welcome at NDTV Profit. Always pleasure to have you. Let me start this conversation with the seamless pipe plant, which is a key value driver for your company. By FY27, you're expecting almost 60 to 70% utilization. Wanted to understand what is the revenue and EBITDA potential at peak utilization, and what's the timeline to become a fully qualified across all major customers since approvals are pending?
We are expecting around 400 crores of turnover from this particular plant. And out of that 400 crores, we shall be using 50% for our own jobs. And we do expect above 20%, as a matter of more than 15% of EBITDA from this particular plant again. And, we have been approved by BHEL, L&T, and we have also been approved by NTPC now. So, practically all approvals are in place. And we are very well placed to continue our shipments, which shall start very soon. As a matter of fact, from coming month onwards, we shall be start billing or start generating the revenue from this particular plant.
Okay, Mr. Bansal, hi. Mahima joining in this side. With regards to your Vision 2030, if I take a look at how FY26 has fared, your top line grew by 38%. You've said that over FY26 to 30, you plan to grow at a CAGR of 22%. And the vision for top line by FY30 is 2,500 odd crore. Give us a roadmap as to how do you think you'll get to that number? And considering the way you've already done in, FY26, do you think that you'll be able to do beyond that 2,500 crore number?
This is what the expectation is, but what we are trying to say is that we shall be growing at a minimum level of 20% CAGR year on year, and target is FY30. But we do hope that we should be able to achieve this number in FY29 also.
Okay, got it. With regards to your order book, your FY27, the expectations are that FY27 order inflows could be around 2,000 odd crore. Give us a sense as to what's the visibility in terms of how the order book will fare by the end of FY27. How much of the order book right now will get converted in FY27 and translate to the top line?
We were having 1,900 crores worth of orders when we started this year, and we are expecting another 2,000 crores of order inflow in this financial year. Out of this 2,000, we have already received orders worth around 700 crores till last month itself. So, we are well on track, and, our expectation is that we shall be doing minimum 1,500 crores in FY27. So, there will be a lot of backlog which will be carried forward in the next year also, as the order book is more than 1.5 years as of now.
Right. And sir, I understand about the 1,500 crore of revenue for FY27, but you called it that conservative, and I just wanted to understand one thing is, of course, can you inch up beyond 1,500 crores of revenue in FY27? And what about bottom line? Considering the, tax at 20% versus 26% in 2024. Also wanted to understand what kind of bottom line can you expect, because in FY26 you saw around 77 crore of PAT, where this number can go in FY27 considering that the lower tax that you enjoy.
The plan is we shall definitely be crossing 1,500. But how much we do it, we'll be able to get to know as we go through the numbers. But it's for sure that we shall be beating this 1,500 crores. And our bottom line, we are 100% sure of achieving plus 19% in terms of EBITDA margin.
That is by FY30, if I'm not wrong. Is that correct?
No, even for FY27.
In FY27. Interesting.
FY27, we are saying around 19% plus.
Okay.
And, by the time we reach FY30, it should be crossing 21.
Okay, got it. Mr. Bansal, from what my analyst who tracks your company has told me is that your major capex is now completed, and that from here on your operating cash flow should convert. How much of a conversion are you expecting this is from an investor perspective that I'm asking, in terms of cash flow conversion that you're expecting the next 2 to 3 years, and how much of that is, just want to get a sense as to how that is going to be utilized.
The plan is, as we are growing, we shall be needing that cash for our growth itself. So, exact numbers, I will not be able to tell you. You may have to calculate it yourself, considering 19% plus EBITDA. But, it's going to be a lot of cash available, and that cash Primarily, we shall be using it for our growth requirement only, and very less capex, which may be required in the coming years, as we are eyeing very seriously the nuclear sector, which is going to be in a very big business in the coming future. And, earlier we were expecting that it will come after 3 years. But now we do hope that it should come. We should be able to start generating some revenue. It's an expectation only after about 2 years. So, we have to be ready for that. So, some very little capex will be required, and we may be going in for that. And that also will be done from this cash accruals only. We are not planning for any more debt. And, we are already in the process of raising around 300 crores in terms of, preferential shares.
Okay, because you said that you will be sitting on a lot of cash, any thoughts on whether any inorganic opportunities that you'll be looking at?
Right now, no. Right now, no.
Okay, and with regards... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we'll continue to concentrate on our core business only. Right now, there's no other plan for any inorganic growth.
Got it. And because you mentioned nuclear, there was an update yesterday coming in that India has waived custom duty on nuclear power goods import. Any thoughts on this as to how this benefits the entire space? Because it's a very new and in a very nascent stage, right?
It's going to be a huge opportunity, as far as we are concerned. Practically, there are very few players who are in the market to serve the, upcoming demand. The upcoming demand is just not restricted to our domestic sector. It is going to be a global demand. And, we are equipping ourselves for that. We are in discussion with few people for some sort of a joint venture also. It's still discussion only. So I cannot just give you any more details. So, once it finalizes, definitely, we shall be on the on the front runners in this particular sector. And we are already, approved for many things already from NPCL. So, that also is going to give us a great leverage to be on the queue in first few numbers.
Two questions from my side. How are you diversifying beyond BHEL, especially when L&T is moving faster on thermal, number one. And number two, on exports, how big can exports become over the next 3 years?
We are historically doing more than 50% export, and that's going to be the scenario in coming 3 years also. It will not fall down to, I think, less than 60% as per our current estimates. And as far as, you are saying diversification, we are already doing almost all the jobs for L&T. So L&T is one of the major customers along with BHEL. BHEL is a big customer, but L&T is equally big customer. We are talking to some other players also in the power sector. And you know very well that, for HRSG also, we have got a very large order book in place, so which will run for years. Our Thailand plant capacity has already been reserved for about 60% by one of the customers. So, there's a lot of demand and there are a lot of opportunities, and we feel we are fully equipped and we are fully, prepared to encash that opportunity.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Bansal, for joining in and having a conversation with us. Pleasure to have you on our show. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, this was the development, outlining the growth prospects for us. But with that, let's also invite our fundamental guest for the day, Gaurang Shah, who's Senior Vice President at Geojit Investments. Gaurang, you heard the management. What's your view when it comes to de-development?
Thank you, Varsha, for having me on the show. Good afternoon to all the viewers of NDTV Profit, to you as well as Mahima. A small disclosure, all recommendations that I'll be sharing, they're part of our fundamental research team recommendations from a long-term point of view. Our company, Geojit, or myself, we do not have any kind of personal investments, no financial interest, no conflict of interest, but we share similar investment ideas with our clients. They might have their investment interest. So we remain positive on the sector overall, Varsha. No specific comments on de-developments because we don't have a coverage, but I was quite impressed with the kind of verbatim that the management was giving in terms of the capex cycle getting through and cash flows coming in via operational efficiencies. And of course, the order book, not only for this year, but for next year, and their capability in terms of executing that order book. More importantly, the opportunity that will come by. As he was mentioning, there are very few players, so a dominant role cannot be ruled out by de-development, provided they are able to dwell themselves in the opportunities that are going to come by. So while the performance looks to be strong and the future growth, according to the verbatim, looks to be in line, execution remains a challenge.
Right, okay, so that's the view coming in on D development, but it's time to step into a very, very short break. But viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more small cap buzzers on the other side.
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you've still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices.
And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company, weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet.
Welcome back. You're watching Small Cap Buzzers, where we talk all the small cap stocks which are buzzing. But now it's time to dive into the F&O market setup and the Q shaping in trade today. Let's bring in Sharad for more details.
Well, thanks for that. A good spike coming in the markets on geopolitical developments and a sea of green coming in here, and it's actually intensified the momentum. So that is something to look out for. Long build-up, let's have a look at the stocks which should be on your radar. This includes Motilal Oswal, LT Finance. Of course, this is on a broking upgrade as well. Let's look at the short covering candidates. We have Ashok Leland and Vodafone Idea. Most of the telecom and telecom ancillary stocks are seeing good volume-based buying as well. Let's point out long unwinding. Of course, we had ONGC Oil India last time. Now it's Oil India. Now some positions getting reversed in Premier Energy, but do definitely have a look at Oil India. Some big short positions are being made. Speaking of short build-up, of course, I mentioned ONGC earlier, and Uno Minda is also there, where some reversals are happening. So these are the stocks which should be there to radar in the F&O space.
Thank you so much, Sharad, for all the details. Well, next stock which is in focus is Anu Pharma. Let's pull up that chart as well. The stock is buzzing. Now, whole pharma stock has been buzzing in last few months. Now, this company is a leader in anti-TB drug segment, which is in India, and has a diversified portfolio across antibacterial, anti-malaria steroids. Well, onto the future outlook, they want to focus on regulated markets and export-led growth, of course, and the emphasis is on cost optimization and product mix improvement. They have also guided for steady growth of around 15 to 20%. Onto the capacity and infrastructure, manufacturing capacity has been expanded to 2,400 metric tons per annum, and it is a single largest facility at Tarapur with strong compliance standards. Well, lastly, onto the business mix and global presence. Exports contributes 46% of the total revenue. Company serves 360 customers across 72 countries. So a lot of triggers playing out for the company. But Gaurang, I wanted to understand about this company Anu Pharma, if you track this counter, and of course your view on overall pharma space.
Varsha, again, extremely positive on the sector, but the problem is coverage. We don't have coverage standalone on Anu Pharma. So, and of course, it's a small cap to micro cap stock, so we don't track it, but extremely positive on the entire pharma sector. And my sense, Varsha, is that diversified opportunities are there, whether it is biosimilar, whether it is API, whether it is injectables, whether it is generics, or whether it is to do with CDMOs. There are near-term hurdles in terms of what policy decisions are taken in the US, because we have a large part of our exports to US and the rest of the world. But amongst the large cap names, if I have to name a few, Cipla, Sun Pharma, Dr. Reddy's, Divi's Laboratories, mid cap, Glen Pharma, Aurobindo Pharma, Netco Pharma, features on the fundamental side.
Okay, Gaurang, thank you so much, for getting us those details on the entire pharma space, and of course taking out the time and giving us that advice. But with that, viewers, we are completely out of time on this edition of Small Cap Buzzers. But if you've got stock-related questions, then do stay tuned, because Ask Profit is up next.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence, and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you've still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Coming soon.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices.
And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches.
Hello and welcome back to NDTV Profit. You're watching Ask Profit, the afternoon edition. My name is Puneet Zaveri. With me, as always, is Mahima Vachajani. And she is smiling because the markets are in good shape right now.
Yes.
So you've seen a good day for the markets today. Let's pull up the heat map for the Nifty 50 as well. Individual movers that continue to do well at this point of time. You know, we're up 346 points. In the last 1 hour, you see the sharp increase in the headline benchmark indices. So
we've seen follow-on buying. So something like Shriram Finance, which was up 3%, is now up 5%. Indigo also continues to build on its gains. So does Bajaj Finance, continuing to be below that sub 900 mark, and now today finally up almost 4% as we speak. L&T is up almost 3.5%, and finally you're seeing some moves starting to happen on HDFC Bank as well, up 2.8%. So continues to do well. Eternal also up, so is Geo Finance, Tata Motors, PV. And then you're seeing some losses in ONGC because, of course, Brent crude prices below that or near the $90 mark as well. So exploration companies are under pressure, but barring that, continue to have a very good screen right now. Sectoral heat map also shows you that perspective. In terms of the top gainers, you're seeing financial services as well as realty actually continue to do well, while the Nifty Bank also up 2.2%. So it's the third day we are seeing buying on that index, sustaining those levels, and today follow-on buying continuing to impact positively at this point of time. But the advanced decline ratio is the other key factor. We highlighted that over this week wasn't for the broader market, so you saw that consistently being under pressure. Today that story has completely reversed at this point of time, hence a very positive 2,200 stocks that are buzzing and in advancing in trade today compared to declines of just a tad below 400, but reflected in the mid cap, small cap also. And look at the BSE 500 also very quickly. So 1.7% up for the mid cap 150, follow on buying visible in broader markets too. But Tata Teleservices, one of the biggest gainers today, up 12.5% almost. Jindal, MMTC, Spark up between 9 to 10%. Ashok Leyland has now crossed that 7% mark. So lower crude prices will definitely be a very big positive for the fleet operators, and hence you've seen the stock come under pressure earlier, now doing very well. Home First up 7% as well, so is the data patterns. And the story continues with Rajesh Exports down again almost 5% at this point of time. But let me welcome in a guest to start taking your stock-related queries. Ruchit Jain, Vice President, Equity Technical Research at Motilal Oswal, as well as Nirav Asher. He's the Head Equity Research at Latin Manhalal Securities. Gentlemen, both of you, thank you so much for joining in today. The first question, coming to you, Ruchit, from Sanjay Gupta from Bengaluru. He's holding and wants to actually put money into one of these three counters, APL Apollo, Garden Reach, and Vikram Solar. Asking what's a better pick amongst these three names, what would you recommend?
If you look at the momentum, then definitely both the stocks, APL Apollo as well as Garden Reach, have not seen that kind of positive trend over the last 2 days. Vikram Solar too has been in a sideways trend. So frankly speaking, I won't prefer any of these. But still, if it's compulsion that you have to choose any one of these, then Garden Reach can be preferred, just considering the relative outperformance of all these three.
The next one that we have is on Anlon Healthcare. This is from Bhavani, who is asking this from a slightly long-term perspective. In fact, yesterday we spoke to the management as well. From a 176 crore top line in FY26, they're planning to grow to 800 crore by FY28. And that's why we've seen the buzz coming in that counter as well. But is this a good time to enter technically, Ruchit, for Anlon Healthcare?
Well, some consolidation has been seen over the last few days, and maybe I think some that sideways trend can continue going ahead. So support is around 14.5, but an overall trend seems to be consolidation only.
Consolidation currently on Anlon Healthcare, but next one that's coming in, it's on Sagility. Let's pull up the counter again because it's getting to that very interesting zone again under pressure, and slipped in the morning below that 40 mark and just revived and from that lower level. But Ram Iyer is actually holding 1,000 shares at 39. Nirav, very good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show. On Sagility, do you feel that these are good levels to look at the counter? The first level of buying happened at 37, all the way up to 43, back at 40. What would you recommend?
Good afternoon and thank you for the invite. I think Sagility is going to be focusing on offshoring of the operations, and it's going to test the patience because margins might take a while to really show some improvement. So if you are there for the long haul, then you can hold on to the stock, but then there are better options which are available in the market.
All right, so that's the view coming in on Sagility India. The next one that we have is from Aarti, who is writing us from Bengaluru. She's asking about Electra Green Tech. She says she's bought 20 odd shares at the levels of 1198. Should she continue to hold? Is what she wants to know about. Rujit, on the charts, what should she do?
It should continue to hold, although the stock has seen some sideways or consolidation move in last 1.5 months. But the good thing is that the entire consolidation is above its crucial 50 and 200 DMA supports. 1200 is a good support for the stock. Till that is intact, you should continue to hold.
Got that view, Ruchit. So, continuing to see some good positive moves right now on Electra Green Tech. But, let's go across and take another question. And this one's from NMDC. Our viewer has bought shares at 94 and asking if he should continue to hold this counter right now or no. Ruchit, what would you recommend?
Metals as a theme, I believe, will not show that kind of outperformance that we have seen over last 1.5 years, at least in the short term. So I think if you want to ride this trend for the near term, then better to switch to some banking and NBFC names where the trend looks to be just starting. So I would suggest although NMDC is not negative, but relatively I think other stocks can do better. So you can switch from NMDC to other stocks from banking and NBFC space for the short term.
Okay, the next one that we have is on Idea Forge. MM Kapoor from Lucknow is holding 15 shares at the levels of 77.58. He wants to know whether he can continue to hold, sell. Nirav, your view on Idea Forge?
Well, I think he can continue to hold with a medium-term perspective.
And I'm wondering because on Idea Forge, at what point of time did it actually reach 77? I hope it doesn't mean 770.
Yeah, because he's written 77.5.
Yes, and he's also confirmed that as well. But even if it's bought it at 770, it's a good level that he continues to be at least for now in terms of where the current market price continues to be at. But let's take the next question now, and this one's on MV Photovoltaic. It's a stock that has done well since listing, and Mana from Gurugram wants to actually make an entry into the stock right now. Nirav, is it a good time to look at the sector, look at the stock as well? I think a lot of these beneficiaries of that ALMM 2.0 coming in from June, so sales have to be localized. Do you feel that this is a preferred pick in that space?
Well, there is a lot of exciting things which are happening in this space. There's a lot of thrust on renewable energy, and there is a lot of scope for integrated players, a lot of focus on indigenization. So definitely one can enter at the current levels.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is... this is on EID Parry, and this is from our viewer Satyan. He wants to know whether he can go ahead and invest into this counter or not, and whether this is the right price level or not. Ruchit, your view?
No, I would prefer to avoid, although the prices have corrected from the highs. But if you look at the relative performance compared to the other stocks, even when the markets are going up, it's certainly not that good. So that low top, low bottom structure is there, and the recent selling has also been supported by high volumes. So whenever you see such volume-based selling, those stocks tend to underperform. So I would recommend to avoid bottom fishing.
He's already holding Allied Digital Services. It's a very small company of 600 odd crores, and he wants to know if he can make that switch. I think that's also a no. Correct? Rujit?
Allied Digital also.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Allied Digital also is in a downtrend. So I would suggest to exit from Allied Digital as well. But no, not to switch to that company which has also been an underperformer.
Okay, I got your view on both of these names. The next one that we have is on two pharma names. Ramu from Hyderabad wants to know if we can go ahead and accumulate Alembic Pharma and Lupin from a 2-year perspective. Both of these, Neera, one of them, or if anything else that you like in the pharma space?
Well, I think in pharma, one can look at Lupin as well as Wokhard. Both of them are looking very interesting.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on pharma. But with that, viewers, time to slip into a very, very short break. But we'll be answering more queries on the other side. So do stay tuned.
say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore. That's over 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you've still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc. We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide. We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Coming soon.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew.
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit, and it's time for a rapid fire round. Ruchit and Nirav, try to keep your answers as short as possible. The first one that we have is on Wipro. Srinivas from Hyderabad is holding Wipro at an average price of 277. 175 shares is what he has. Wants to know if he can wait for some time for some recovery. Ruchit, your view?
Wait for a recovery, but keep a sell-and-rise approach.
Nirav, actually, should he just apply in the buyback? That's the question.
Yeah, he can apply.
The next question, coming in now, it's on Hikal. Bought shares at 188. Ruchit, should he still continue to hold this counter?
Keep a sell on as approach. Near 200, you can look to exit.
Okay, the next one that we have is on PNB, 7,000 shares, bought at the levels of 109. Continue to hold. Rakesh Gupta from Delhi wants to know, Ruchit.
Yeah, continue to hold. PSU banks are witnessing a trend reversal now.
Next one's on KFin Tech. Prashant from Bengaluru wants to know if he should continue to hold at 927 Nirav or switch out to some other players like Nippon AMC or MCX.
Shift to MCX.
Okay, Ola, 350 shares, bought at the levels of 80 rupees. What should I do? Cut my losses? Mohit Dubey from Noida wants to know. What's your view like, Ruchit?
Continue to hold.
So Ruchit, where are you expecting this to go? Because at 46 also, this is a very new level for investors to watch after the recovery. So what's your target?
The stock has surpassed its 200 EMA recently. 58 is where the short-term targets are coming. So maybe around 57, 58, one can review it again.
Well, 57 would be very interesting on Ola Electric. The next one's on CG Power. Despite the run-up, Nirav, is it still a good time to buy?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, the next one that we have is from Dr. Lavanya. She wants to know if this is the right time to enter SBI, Ruchit.
Yes, can buy at current levels. The risk-reward ratio is favorable.
Manish wants to enter into ABB right now and buy over 100 shares. Nirav, is it a good time to buy into this right now?
Yes.
Okay, the next one that we have is on Bajaj Housing Finance. Our viewer has bought it at the levels of 156. Continue to hold, average at the current levels, Ruchit.
Trend is still sideways. Wait for pullback towards 95 and then review again.
SBI is the other one that Mr. Bharat from Andhra Pradesh wants to know about. Nirav, back again above that 1,000 odd level. Is it a good time to buy?
Definitely yes.
Okay, the next one is on Tata Chemicals, 94 shares bought and sitting at a loss of 21% for 6 months. Continue to hold, Ruchit?
Yes, continue to hold for move towards 860.
The next one's Apollo Tyres, bought by Ramesh from Bengaluru at 509. Trading way below that level, Ruchit. Is there a chance to get some recovery?
Quite possible given the fall in the crude oil price recently. Pullback towards 430, 440 is possible.
The next one coming in now, it's on a bunch of stocks that Jaydev wants to invest in. Larsen, Cummins and ABB. I think Nirav, you spoke about it, and Hitachi Energy. So out of the pack, any that you have any recommendation on?
Last looking very compelling.
Got it. The next one coming in from Padmanabha Mitra from Kolkata and wants to know about a very smaller stock. I don't know if Ruchit, you might be tracking it, Pinnacle Exploration. I don't have the chance to look at the market cap, but any view, Ruchit, that you might have on the stock?
No idea on this.
Okay, Acme Solar is the other one. If it's the right time to buy into this right now, Nirav, would you recommend that?
Yes, can look at it from a medium term horizon.
Next one's on Dynacon Systems, and I think stock's trading at 10,000 odd. Let's pull up the counter because our viewer, okay, this is Dynacon System at 1,300 odd. Our viewer wants to know if at 1,320, Ruchit, he's bought 50 shares. At 1,267, what's your view now?
I would suggest to exit. The trend is negative.
Got it. Well, got that view, but that was the last question of the rapid fire in this edition of the show. Nirav as well as Ruchit, thanks so much for joining in and giving us your view across stocks and spaces. But viewers, out of time on this edition of Ask Profit. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good weekend, and India Market Close comes up next.
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
when you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over a 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you've still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company, weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Coming soon. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world.
welcome. You're watching India Market Close, and what a day it's turning out to be. 23,500 has been crossed. Yeah. Nearly 400 points up on the Nifty, and the news which has come in the last 20 minutes is helping even further, isn't it, Alex? A Bloomberg report citing sources saying that Iran and US are very close to a deal.
Yeah, and it builds into, and that's exactly the reason why you've seen that spike, but it builds into that positivity at the start, which was on the back of comments by Donald Trump overnight that suggested that things were moving in that direction. But he said it so many times in the past that you didn't know whether to believe this. I think this builds into that narrative.
No, so the reason that this is being believed is because it's not comments coming from Donald Trump. Yeah. It's coming from the Iranian minister, who is now putting quotes out there saying that, yes, we are closing in on a deal. So that's what's maybe giving it credibility, because you haven't heard from them thus far. Nearly 2% up on this. Let's pull up the Nifty and show you what's working this Friday afternoon. Everything is up and about, and of course, it helps when crude falls off so dramatically. Shriram Finance, interesting that Shriram Finance is on top of the charts, because that's the favorite for the bulls when they come back in. Look at Indigo at its highest levels in quite a few weeks, 4.5% up. Larsen & Toubro, Bajaj Finance, HDFC Bank giving that kind of a push. What's on the lower side? An ONGC expected when crude cools down that effectively and quickly. Nestle taking a bit of a knock. Pull up the intraday. Nestle, you'll probably see a downtick after that news has come in that FSI, that's the authority, the regulator. Yeah, you've seen that sharp knock that they have sent them a notice about, if I'm not mistaken, a larva they found in a Maggie packet or some such. So that's why you have that sharp knock. But once those clarifications come in, you might see a rebound there as well. 3% down on a Nestle. But apart from that, it's looking quite positive.
It does. And ONGC was what we were talking about. So that's upstream oil companies, right? It's down about 2.8%. But really, Interglobe Aviation climbing as much as 5% is the reason why ONGC is down in the dumps. Pull up crude oil, because that's one of the main reasons why there's so much optimism here in India in the risk assets, because you have cuts of close to 5%. It's at 86. When was the last time we spoke about Brent crude at 86? It's been 119, it's been 105, it stayed at very close to 95, 96. But this is a big deal for India, and therefore the rupee. We've seen so many measures over the course of the last 1 week, and it's taken a little time to parse and to understand what the possible impact could be. So pull up the rupee if we can. And this is a big move for the Indian rupee, as much as 72 paise strengthening in a single day, in a single session, and on the cusp of breaking back into the 94s.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. I think if you just look at Brent over a day, even a 24-hour period, you will see it going from 93 thereabouts to an 86. So it's a sharp come off the clip. Just the small cap and the mid cap very quickly. We'll go through the sectoral indices before we tell you all the factors this afternoon. 2% up on the Nifty mid cap 150. The small cap even better, 2.5% up nearly. Let's pull up the sectoral heat map for you and tell you what's happening over there. Everything pretty much in the green. Like we told you, Nifty Realty becoming one of the lead indicators. Nifty IT the only one sulking, but that's 0.3% down. I mean, ahead of the SpaceX IPO liftoff or listing liftoff, Indian markets are also trying to gain that kind of height, isn't it, today? So that's an interesting one to watch. Here's what's happening in the market. Risk on sentiment is back. Clarity emerging on a peace deal, and we'll pull up those lines of what the agencies are saying for you in just a second from Bloomberg. They're quoting the Meher News Agency, of course. The Nifty key resistance at 23,500 to 23,500 to 23,800. If I can just see the rest. Nifty Bank resistance at 56,500 to 56,000. So that's another key one to look at this afternoon. Brent crude at a 2-month low. Rupee is showing strength as well. And India May CPI data will be out today. The June Forex reserves are also something to watch out for. And of course, SpaceX listing. The value buying, as you can see, is resuming in smids. But let's talk about what Bloomberg is reporting. The US-Iran deal, as per reports that Bloomberg is citing, says that there's an MOU that stipulates reopening the Strait of Hormuz within 30 days. This is the important one. As a result, US will withdraw forces from the area surrounding Iran. Oil sanctions on Iran to be lifted under the US deal. This is important. That means there is so much more supply that will come onto the market. Iran's $24 billion funds to be released in 60-day talks. Bloomberg is, of course, saying this, citing Meher sources, that's a news agency in Iran, on the draft US-Iran MOU. The approval on this is pending authorities. I'm going to go across to David Morrison first. He's senior market analyst at Trade Nation. David, very good afternoon to you from where we are. This set of information on a possible deal seeming more believable to you than versions and variations we've seen in the past?
Very much so. We have had so much misinformation, disinformation, chopping and changing, all coming from the US, from President Trump. This week has been an egregious example of, from 1 minute, there's going to be an all-out attack on Iran, there's a threat to take over Karg Island, all this. And then now we've actually heard from the Iranians, and it seems like we can trust what they're saying in the fact that they are addressing the memorandum of understanding, that they're talking in detail about what is in that memorandum and how steps are going forward to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, so as long as the US stops its blockade, and a number of other things. And now we have also, of course, we've also heard from President Trump, who is making positive noises about this. So it's a real relief to actually hear both sides coming down and saying that this is something that is workable and achievable.
Hi, this is Alex. The concern here, though, is that from the start of this conflict, it's been 3 entities that have been involved. And Israel is not someone that we've mentioned so far, and that aggression in Lebanon continues. That remains a pain point. And so any escalation on that front from Iran's perspective would not be something that would be easily ignored, would it? Is that the worry here?
Absolutely spot on. We haven't heard from Israel. We don't know what may happen. It does sound like Mr. Netanyahu is really wants to go ahead and continue operations in the south of Lebanon against Hezbollah. And that is, you're absolutely right. It is an unknown, and it is something that is definitely a concern going forward and certainly over the next few days and certainly the weekend. Hopefully, we would get something tied up and between the US and Iran, and yet there hasn't been any direct mention of this morning on either the US side or the Iranian side. So we'll have to wait and hear. But as you say, it's definitely a wild card and something to be concerned about.
You know, David, one thing that Trump has been saying, and it seems to be playing out, is that when this changes, crude will come off sharply. It will crash pretty much. We've already seen a sharp downtick in the last 24 odd hours. Where do you see crude settling?
That's a very interesting question. I mean, we have. We've seen, looking at sort of front month Brent, which is the August contract, that's now at around about an 8-week low. And that is very encouraging. I would have thought that once we've got the Strait of Hormuz open, although, of course, logistically, there is so much still to sort out, but countries are going to want to build up their inventories. We've got to get production back online on facilities that have been damaged around the Gulf region. It's going to take a very long time to unblock the strait and to get shipping going through normally. But nevertheless, as far as the markets are concerned, I would have thought the reaction was, oil is now far too high in price. And especially if you add on to that the fact that the memorandum of understanding that the US and Iran are talking about is removing sanctions on Iranian oil. Add into the fact that we've also got a market which, going into this ahead of the war back at the end of February, was very oversupplied, and also with demand growth slowing quite markedly, with no slowdown in demand. So it's quite possible that we see an oil price, I would have said easily $10, $15 below here. Maybe we go back to pre-war levels, 60 and even below that. I suppose sort of mid-50s was where we saw a very long time low. So I'm not suggesting that happens immediately, but I would have thought that we could take at least $10 off the price very quickly indeed.
David, absolutely. And I wonder whether our conversation the next time will be completely different from what we're having right now. And hopefully that peace deal does come through. And this geopolitical tension, at least, is something that you can put to rest. Thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
All right, let me invite in Gaurav Sharma, who's Associate Vice President and Head of Research at Globe Capital, as well as Ashish Chaturmota, who's Managing Director and Fund Manager, Apex PMS JM Financial. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for taking the time. And let me first go to you, Gaurav, because ultimately at this moment it's sentiment driven. It is the fact that crude oil prices are off significantly. The rupee is gaining ground significantly, and therefore risk assets are looking positive. How far can this go, though?
Hi, Alex. Very good afternoon to you. Thanks for having me today. Very rightly pointed out, it is the crude that is coming down, and the reason is Trump's statement of a peace settlement coming in soon. We see a further decline in crude happening with these statements. Another 5 to 7 rupees cut in crude is pretty much possible towards 78, 80. It should somewhere test the support zones. Therefore, a further rise in Nifty index is also pretty imminent here. On the specifically talking about levels front, 23,500 is already where we are. We have surpassed and comfortably trading above this zone. 23,800 is pretty much on cards now. So I think these are optimistic times. Stocks and sectors which were deeply impacted, like the refineries, OMCs, are gearing up very well. They are into a ferry mode. Indigo, the airline stocks are doing in well. So I think this is basically a clear-cut outcome of what the news is. And if whatever Mr. Trump has said is true and it is finalized soon, certainly another round of 500 points is very much likely in the immediate 1 to 2 days.
4-500 points on the Nifty in 1 to 2 days.
Exactly.
Okay, so you're saying 4 to 500. So you're looking at maybe 24,000 levels by next week. This time. Yeah.
23,800 to 24,000 is the immediate upside resistance mark now.
Okay.
So another 5 to 7 point cuts in the crude oil prices will probably help Nifty to scale up to that level.
Okay, I see. And so then what are the positions that you would take on the Nifty and the Bank Nifty right now?
Larsen and Toubro is one stock that has been very...
No, on the index, on the index itself. On the index itself.
On the index, certainly we would be considering taking up long positions. This is the time we can carry out some of the long positions here. As we head towards the weekend, yes, generally, of late we have been trying to square off the position, but in the light of this particular move and the kind of up move that we are seeing today, we are pretty much hopeful a further up move towards the said levels is pretty much likely. So these are the times we can take up long positions.
Okay, that's just astonishing. And you're saying this with such a cool face, cool expression. That means you're seeing it on the charts. Just to recap for anyone who missed that.
Absolutely.
Gaurav Sharma, Associate VP and Head of Research, Globe Capital, who's on our show as a technical analyst, is saying if this trend continues and crude continues to come off, 400 to 500 points of an upside on the Nifty in the next 2 to 3 trading sessions. Ashish, are you feeling as optimistic?
Hi, good afternoon, Tamanna. Definitely, I think markets have been struggling in a range between 22,000 to 24,000 for last, I would say, 3 to 4 months time frame. And now with India wakes cooling off, crude seeing a significant sell-off, almost tested $120 odd now, close to 90. And then if there's a further positive news flow which is coming, there is a very strong possibility of crude coming off to almost $80 odd. And and with that, I think if rupee starts to see some strengthening, there's going to be a very, very strong short covering case for Nifty. And I think definitely 24,000 in a shorter term is a very strong possibility. But my sense is this entire downtrend or shorter term weakness which was being witnessed is going to see a bigger reversal. We are far ahead, far below this 200-day moving average of Nifty, which is close to 24,500. My sense is Bank Nifty is about to cross that 200-day moving average, and Nifty is going to retest its 200-day moving average, which is close to 24,800 to 25,000 kind of trajectory in the medium term. So my sense is the risk reward is extremely favorable after a very, very long time. And the further confirmation is coming from the cool-off we are witnessing in India VIX and the CBOE volatility globally. So all put together, it's a very good time to, I think, reinitiate longs. And I think clearly a lot of these private banks, which are very heavyweight in index, whether it's ICICI Bank, Axis Bank, HDFC Bank, they are bottoming out. And with the valuation comfort which most of these private banks are offering at around 1.7 time price to book, there is a very reasonable, I think, a valuation re-rating which is going to be seen in private banks, and these banks have got very significant weight in index. So yes, I think the momentum or the short-term trend looks very, very promising at this juncture.
What are the stocks that you're liking? Gaurav, you mentioned L&T briefly, but can you come in a little more detail of what you're liking right now?
The L&T becomes our hot favorite here. As the dust settles in the Gulf region, L&T will be a clear-cut beneficiary of it. Apart from this, yes, we can look at the refinery stocks as well, because if the crude comes down, they will be on a lesser burden, and a quicker under recoveries would be very much possible here. Indigo, again, a clear-cut beneficiary of the war settling down, crude coming down, ATFs will come down. They won't have to take large and longer routes. The prices should also gradually come down for the air travel. That will again benefit aviation stocks. So these are some of the areas which were adversely hit, and now when these stocks are there at a very advanced stage, and if they finally come in, that is what we can expect from these categories.
Absolutely. You know, ultimately the fulcrum is crude oil prices from India's perspective. And of course, there are so many other commodities that will flow through that route, but everyone's eyes are glued to that crude oil price. Vandana Hari, founder and chief executive officer of Vanda Insights, joins us on the phone line just to talk about the latest move in the commodity. Vandana, good afternoon from where we're at. What are you witnessing currently in the crude oil market, and do you anticipate that there's a lot more that can happen on the downside with regard to the prices?
Yes, a very good afternoon to you too. It does look, after several false dawns and so much noise and contradictory signals, it does seem like all the stars are aligned again. Seem or appear being the operative word here. I was just reading Iran's Mehr News Agency has put out a 14-point agreed MOU as per Iran, in which some of the points mentioned there seem to me a bit suspicious as to how the U.S. would agree to those. Especially around giving Iran control, some sort of a control over the Strait of Hormuz. So in short, I think nothing is done until it's finally done, until the signatures are there on the MOU, and we hear the same interpretation, exactly the same news and the same document from both sides of this war. I think, but yes, ahead of that, as to be expected, the market is running ahead of the news, and as you can see, crude has tumbled more than 4% already compared with yesterday's settlement. I think crude is already on an anticipatory basis pricing in an MOU happening sooner rather than later.
It seems like every time, and you said false dawns, I think that's an appropriate term to use, in that every instance where there was a positive update that came through or a message that suggested that this conflict was nearing its end, Brent fell pretty precipitously. The only question is, once we have that clarity, where do you see it settling? Because ultimately this is a new landscape that commodities will trade in.
Absolutely. I think what that tells you how fraught this entire trajectory has been, and then the repeated near breakdowns of the ceasefire, the repeated skirmishes of military strikes against each other. What that tells you is that both parties believe they have the upper hand. I don't think any of that has changed. Both have dug in their heels. I don't expect that to change as an equally fraught period begins once the MOU is signed, which is, pinning down the details, the nuances of a nuclear agreement, which is going to be even more sensitive and even harder to find compromises on. So, yes, I think the MOU will be fairly under scrutiny. But probably there'll just be a huge sigh of relief first, and that's probably what you will see reflected. And is already starting to show in crude prices. The market will.
Right.
It's a knee-jerk sell-off first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, so Vandana, I completely agree with your assessment that till both sides don't have the same version of the deal, there are limitations to how much the markets can rejoice. But one point that stood out to me, which seems fairly new, is lifting sanctions on Iranian oil. Now, if that comes through, how much does it add on to the supply of crude? And couple that with the Strait of Hormuz being open in 30 days, where do you see oil prices going then? When we say they're going to come off, to what extent?
Yeah, I would wait to see what exactly is agreed with regards to the removal of sanctions, because the U.S. will want to maintain some sort of a leverage as the nuclear negotiations proceed, right? And really, its main leverage, aside from the blockade that it has done of Iranian ports, it's one of its principal leverages is the sanctions. So I do expect a phased removal rather than a complete removal. What it means for supply is not really much. Iran has been pretty much supplying, exporting what it can, producing and exporting to its full potential. With the only difference that most of it has been going to China at heavily discounted rates. When the sanctions are gradually lifted, Iran will be able to command market prices for its crude, and its crude will be available for all the countries to buy. But in terms of actual supply, at least for the short to medium term, I don't anticipate any differences, any substantial improvement in production or exports.
Okay, thank you so much, Vandana. Always a pleasure speaking with you. Vandana Hari, founder and CEO of Vanda Insights. Now, while uncertainty remains, softer oil is positive for India. How and which sectors and stocks will benefit? Sharad is joining in with more. Sharad.
Well, yes, the crude is at its 2-month low levels, and interestingly, if you look at it, it's down almost 4 to 5%. But you must be wondering which are the sectors which will be impacted, and of course, we are seeing a big reversals all across the indices. So one by one, I'll explain you what's the key reason for it. The peace agreement between US and Iran may be happening as early as this weekend. These are the reports coming in. Now, this breakthrough may see some obstacles before these actual flows are actually, you could say, normalized. Also, 85% of India's oil consumption needs are being met by imports. Interestingly, India's oil intensity has declined rapidly over the past few years, but nevertheless, it's very much important, and it's also helping the markets as well. What's the impact happening for OMCs? It's positive. The market margins are expected to improve going ahead, and we can see BPCL, HPCL, all of them doing well in trade. 40% of the raw material costs for the paints come in. We have seen Asian Paints also doing well in trade. It's up almost 2%. And apart from this, if you look at the aviation stocks, Interglobe Aviation day is high, it's up 5%. Major raw material crude, the ATF prices, that's around 40% of the total costing. Over there for lubricant manufacturers also, it's positive for both Castrol and Gulf Oil, because 50% of the raw material cost comes from just crude derivatives. Tires also, it's quite positive. The synthetic rubber, carbon black and chemicals, most of them are derived from the crude segment, and we are seeing all the tire stocks firing in the day's trade. Roughly 40% of the raw material cost basket comes in for them. Apart from this, the cement pack also is doing well. 40 to 50% of the cost directly or indirectly comes from crude or crude derivatives. But what's negative, that's also important, especially for the oil explorers. We have ONGC, HOAC, Vedanta. That's where a little bit of negative reaction could come. And remember, there's an important number. For every $5 per barrel decrease in the Brent, this will decrease the EPS of ONGC and Oil India also between 5 to 2%. So that's definitely there. But there is a thought on Goldman Sachs on oil. They have stated that they have given a maintained Brent forecast of $90 for the fourth quarter 2026 on smaller numbers. Hormuz easing offsetting tightening from the longer disruption. So there is a caveat going ahead, and they're assuming that the Gulf exports normalize by late August. It's not going to happen very fast. It's going to take some time. And for 2027, the Brent forecast is at the $80 level. So this is the entire picture for the oil and gas segment.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, let's talk about a company which is very likely to be stock of the day, MTAR. The stock has rebounded and pretty much wiped off all of its losses that it has seen yesterday, about 13% up, and wiping off all of those losses. Well, in part because of their explanations of what has happened, and also in part of what's happening around. You're also seeing the latest news on your ticker while we're at it, that the US-Iran agreement could be signed as early as Sunday in Geneva. It's a statement from the G7 which is coming in via Bloomberg. So watch out for all of those factors as well, which is making the whole situation look much rosier. But let me go across to the MTAR Tech Managing Director, Parvat Srinivas Reddy, joining in now. And thank you, Mr. Reddy, for your time with us. I know you've spent the day explaining what has been happening with MTAR. Why do you feel that there's not going to be a problem with Bloom Energy? I remember the last time we were speaking and we were talking about how much Bloom Energy takes up space in your revenue book, right? About 55% of orders, and which is why maybe that panic reaction. Just to understand, have you had any kind of communication with Bloom on this one data center project which may get impacted for them?
No, absolutely not. There is there's nothing which has been impacted. It's been a complete speculation, I guess. But as far as we are concerned, we are completely on track with what we are doing, and we're gearing up to ramp up and also add additional capacity. So absolutely, there is no indication from the customer whatsoever regarding this case. And we are working normally in terms of focusing more on how to ramp up faster and quicker, as we said earlier. So there is no change in that, absolutely.
So not between you and Bloom, but the origins of the problem was not about MTAR and Bloom. It was Crusoe and Bloom. So has there been any kind of statement, explanation, denial, any clarity coming in on the whole root of the problem, which was the report that Crusoe is pausing its data center, which impacts Bloom, which the street feared in return would impact MTAR?
There is nothing like that. Crusoe, there is a change probably in the developer, that is Crusoe. That's all. The whole project is intact. There is nothing. There's no change in the project as such. That's what I was trying to explain. So the whole project is on track, and there's nothing to worry about as far as any changes are concerned or a pause on the project. There is, due to certain timeline constraints, probably the developer is being changed. That's what we have come to know, and that's about it, and nothing more than that.
Mr. Reddy, I'm just trying to understand this project, because from what I can gather, it's codenamed Project Jade, and this is highly anticipated by the market, tracked very closely on Wall Street as well. Can you give us some clarity on what this is and what your part in this is?
See, basically, we have no part in that. We supply to a customer, and Bloom is supposed to what we come to know from the data available publicly is that 900 megawatts of power is supposed to be given by Bloom. So the project stands as it is. There is only the end customer probably wanted some change in terms of the developer, and that's what has happened. But there is no change in the implementation of the project or any indication from our customer as well regarding this matter, which might affect any of us in this whole scenario.
Now, okay, so therefore, from that perspective, the question remains then, Mr. Reddy, with regard to the outlook for the current year, your FY27 guidance has actually been raised. Growth guidance is at 80% compared with 50% earlier. That remains?
Absolutely, yes. It remains, and we continue to do that. There's no change in the guidance. That's very clear.
So, Mr. Reddy, sorry, I'm just going to go back and pick up the thread on the developer business. that the developer is being changed and that may cause some delay in timelines. Can you give us a sense of what kind of delay would be in timelines if the developer changes? Any idea on why that developer is changing and any impact on you if there is a delay in timelines?
There is no delay in the timeline. What we heard is that the developer is being changed because they feel there might be a delay in the timelines. That's the reason why they're changing the developer, is what we have heard. So at the end of the day, it has no impact on MTR or our customer in any which way regarding this project. Everything is as it was before.
Understand completely that from your perspective all is well, which is why that rebound in the stock. But the reaction was so sharp, which is why it's imperative that, you know, I get into this in a little bit of more detail. So what I'm hearing right now is that the initial developer for this one project that Bloom had has changed because maybe they were taking too long. So they might change and go with someone else. Will that shift and transition have any impact on that particular project? The Jade project, I believe, as Alex was talking about?
Absolutely, there is no impact. There is zero impact. It was unnecessary speculation or whatever analysis being done by the market, which was not required at all. Everything is normal as it is.
Okay, so it was basically a 10% fall in Bloom that led to speculation and caused your price to drop as well. Is that it?
Yeah, must be. I'm not too sure about that.
Okay, one last question, and it's actually something that I asked you last time as well. You have this one big client, and I suppose the vagaries of this news flow impact that assessment from an investor point of view because of the concentration of one client. Is there a strategy to expand the client base and the revenue mix over clients so there's no over dependency on one large client?
We are already doing that. It's not that we are not doing that. We are into various segments in different areas: nuclear, space, defense, oil and gas now, and we are expanding in all these areas. So we're not depending on one client. The absolute numbers in every segment are improving a lot, and over a period of time, you'll see a lot more traction coming in from aerospace and the civil nuclear program and oil and gas as well, which is being done. So I don't think we are really concerned about customer concentration, which is about 55%, because the absolute numbers in other areas are also improving tremendously.
All right. Mr. Reddy, absolute pleasure, and thanks so much for your patience. I realize that you've answered the same questions in different forms and in different fashions over the course of the day. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you.
All right. Well, let's take a look at the markets, and it's a pretty picture. There's no other way to describe it. It's gains considerably. What you're seeing on the screen, though it's actually a downward channel, is actually also a pretty picture.
I was looking at the Nifty and seeing what downward channel.
No,
You're
it's
talking
actually
about
a downward channel.
INR.
The USD INR. It's a pretty picture because moving down is always a good thing for the USD INR pairing. It is hovering around that 95 mark. It did briefly fall below 95.
So you've hit 23,600
Yep.
on the Nifty. That's important as well. Gaurav Sharma, before we let you go, quick word on the Nifty. Where are the targets now? Now that we've zoomed through 23,600 so quickly.
23,400 was the resistance for the day that surpassed. Now we are into 23,600 plus levels. 23,800 is the next upside zone. I think this move should extend towards 23,800 to 24,000 zones. So I think we should hold on to the buy positions here. Things are looking very much optimistic. Crude, declining crude, and improvement in rupee. Both are the positive catalysts that are taking Nifty upwards. Another important point, Tamanna, here is that Bank Nifty has gained too much, 3% of uptick in BankX as of now. So this also increases the hopes. If certainly this is most warranted because it has managed to surpass the confluence zone of its important short as well as long-term moving averages. This is also a very healthy number here, and we believe that it should scale up to 57,500 odd levels now.
Okay.
This is the spot number I'm talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. And the numbers are looking good. On that note, Gaurav Sharma, Ashish Chaturmota, I realize that this has been a curtailed conversation, but thank you so much for taking the time. It's that kind of day where you're reacting to a lot of news points as well. And
can I just make a quick point before we go into the break?
Yeah.
Sure. A short while ago, we put out a story by Bloomberg saying that the deal could be inked on Sunday at the G7 meet. Guess what's also happening on Sunday, June the 14th?
What?
It's Donald Trump's birthday.
Aha!
Is this a birthday gift to himself?
Well, I hope so.
The optics would be interesting to the world as well. The optics could be interesting. So MOU could be signed as soon as Sunday, is what G7 officials say. Maybe it's complete coincidence, but that's also Donald Trump's birthday.
Yeah, well, it would be a gift, a return gift in multiple ways, and particularly to Indian investors. Returns galore.
To the world. And yeah, what a party to have. All right, we'll hope for the best. It's definitely a party on the street. We're taking a very short break. Coming back with closing ideas. Stay tuned.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over a 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you've still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Coming soon.
I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means.
Welcome back. You're watching India Market Close, and the market is cheering the possibility of a peace deal as early as this weekend, but there's a cohort of stocks that's not doing too well. And in fact, the biggest loser on the benchmark Nifty 50 is Nestle India on account of a note that was sent out by FSSAI. This is the food safety regulator that has taken action against a couple of these companies, including Nestle. There's also Devyani in that list. But let's go across to Nimit to find out more, because he's got details of this FSSAI order, as well as some details from what certain companies have told him. Nimit, what are you picking up?
So just to give you a background on that, as you explained, the FSSAI, the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, has issued 3 notices. One to Nestle over complaints alleging that there were insect and insect larvae in the Maggi packet itself. Another to KFC about hygiene conditions. And a third to Flipkart and a producer of dates, Open Secrets, over insects in their dates product. Now, of course, these are based on complaints made on social media, and we've reached out to all these companies. Devyani International, which owns the KFC store that has been mentioned in the complaint here, has said that they are conducting an investigation based on the notice issued by the FSSAI, and they will respond to the FSSAI shortly, and we'll keep to hear from them. We spoke to Sapphire Foods. Of course, Sapphire and Devyani merged their operations and own most of the KFC outlets in India, and Sapphire says that they have nothing to do with this, and it's Devyani store that is in question, so they've distanced themselves from it. We're also seeing Nestle respond negatively to the stock. Important to know that this is just a notice that's been issued based on social media complaints and allegations. This is not a finding at all, and these companies are bound to respond to this, and then maybe the FSSAI will take any action if required.
Okay, so Nestle, you're seeing that card, but with Devyani International and Sapphire, not really. They seem to have rebounded from those levels. Devyani International about 2.5% up. Nilesh Jain, Head AVP Technical and Derivatives Research at Centrum, joining in today. So is Deepan Mehta, Founder Director at Elixir Equities. Deepan, I'm seeing that smile on your face. Are you believing that this is one Friday where we need not panic on what's going to happen over the next 2 days?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me on your show. Well, I think the game goes on. Yeah. And we are at the mercy of President Trump. Whenever he says positive about the Iran war, markets go up, global markets go up. And whenever he starts threatening Iran, then we see a correction. Then this game has been going on for far too long. But I think that maybe this time around, hopefully they are more serious. And basically, we should have a kind of a more progress on this peace deal. Let us see the exact outcome. The key number to watch, of course, is the oil prices. They are down just now. They should remain down. And from India's perspective, we need to have this, I would say, lower subsidy payments. So the oil price has to start to align and move towards the present petrol and diesel prices, so that the subsidy element is out, and therefore the kind of drain which is there on the treasury just now, that is curtailed. So I would say the key thing to watch for here is the oil prices. And if they correct further, then definitely our markets also can do well. And eventually, I think the fundamentals will start to reverse.
Deepan, you mentioned crude, and good afternoon to you. But what about rupee? Because ultimately this afternoon, and we're looking at the rupee hovering around that 95 mark. And remember, it touched the bottom of very close to 97. So are you looking at that very closely as well?
See, I think that the rupee will remain around these levels or so, even if the crude oil goes down. That's because Reserve Bank will take this opportunity for any inflows coming into the rupee, any dollar inflows. They will take that with both hands and try and increase their forex reserves. And the recent measures also which they have taken to encourage FCNR and ECB, all of that means that we should see a decent increase in our forex reserves. And that I think will provide even more cushion. So I think that rupee at 95 is the new reality. I don't see it going back to 90 or 88 like that. It never has happened. So we need to adjust to this new number of the dollar, and which is fine. I think from an investor's perspective, we now start looking at export-oriented stocks in more positive light, and some amount of the uncertainty around FII flows going out, that may be addressed if the rupee stabilizes and the overall forex situation improves for the country.
Nilesh, just on the Nifty and the Bank Nifty, what are the levels you see from here on? We had a speaker in the first half of the show who said that if crude continues to drop at this rate, he sees a 400 to 500 point upside on the Nifty in the next couple of sessions. Are you aiming that high?
Very good afternoon, Tamanna. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, absolutely. In fact, we have seen a major development today that is coming from the Bank Nifty, and that is providing more comfort now. After a long time, we have seen on the weekly chart, the Bank Nifty is up more than 4%, and also on the verge of another breakout above its 200-day moving average as well. That is placed around 57,000. So just in case if we see that breakout coming in, the target on the upside will open up for 58,000 to 58,500 for the Bank Nifty. And coming to the Nifty index, see, Nifty has already given a short-term consolidation breakout from the levels of 23,550. Now, the immediate target that we are expecting on the upside could be around 23,800 to 24,000. Yes, another 200 to 400 point rally can be seen in the Nifty index in the June series. So the overall setup has already turned positive. The VIX have cooled off sharply in today's trading session by more than 6%, below 15. So that is giving more confidence. And today's rally was more sort of driven by a short covering. So a lot of call writers got trapped at 23,500 shy, and they are covering their short positions. Yes, so the overall setup has turned positive. Bank Nifty is likely to lead the rally from here as well. And Nifty immediate target would be 23,800 followed by 24,000.
Actually, I completely forgot about the kind of short positions that you've had, particularly foreign institutions short to the extent of more than 90%. But I don't want to talk about individual stocks. Nilesh, what are you finding attractive at these levels?
Banking, as mentioned, we are liking the banking space. Still, after today's spurt of close to 3 to 4% in the index, I feel there is more room left on the upside. So, first of all, Kotak Mahindra Bank, that's something that has given a good breakout, and we have already seen a good momentum as well. So, we expect further upside towards 415 to 420. So, these are the two targets on the upside, and the stop loss can be placed at 391. So, Kotak Mahindra Bank will be our preferred bet, followed by Bombay Stock Exchange, BSE. We did see a recent retracement from the highs near about 4,400 odd levels. It has corrected all the way to 3,800. Now, once again, the next level of upmove has started. So we expect further upside towards 4,200 to 4,250 on the upside. So keeping a stop loss below 3,940, BSE is also buy.
Okay. I mean, BSE, after the kind of run-up it's already had, just pull up the one-year chart of the BSE. Because the kind of moves that you've seen on the BSE are at dizzying heights as well, about 46% odd. But if you're talking about dizzying heights and gravity-defying numbers, it has to be SpaceX. That mega listing today, we have a countdown on, 3 hours or to go. We have live programming, we have reportage from outside the NASDAQ when it happens. So please stay with NDTV Profit for everything on SpaceX. But meanwhile, let me go across to Mahima, who's doing a bulls versus bear. We do this every day on the show, but this time it's about SpaceX. And the reason we're doing it, Mahima, is that once it lists, people can technically go out and buy the stock in India as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Taman. And people should know both the sides of this IPO, right? And that's exactly why we are doing this bull versus bear. What I've tried to do is for each of its business, I've tried to pull the bull and bear case. So I'll start with the space business first. Here, the best part is that the Starship business that, everybody's been talking about, the Starship one has cut its cost by around 99%. It's certainly the most positive thing, but at the same time, this is still in its testing phase with a zero commercial revenue. So while a lot of funds are going into making this viable, the same time we'll have to see as to when this happens, because at the end of the day, this is related to launching it into mass. The next one is the Starlink business, where almost 61% of the revenue comes for SpaceX. It's the only global low latency satellite internet with over 164 countries under their coverage. But if we take a look at the last 3 years, the ARPU for Starlink has come down from $99 to $66 per month, and still this business is running into losses. The next one is with regards to the AI business. Anthropic, is set to pay around $1.25 billion per month for SpaceX compute through 2029. But at the same time, AI is losing around $0.6 billion per quarter. Plus, the capex is very high. For Q1 itself, it was around $7.7 billion, and it is going to rise from here on. So it is a very capex heavy business that they're planning to do. At the same time, it's also running into losses, all the three verticals. When it comes to the overall business, of course, the entire total addressable market is as high as $28.5 trillion. But if you take a look at the valuations and how the company has been into losses, priced at 94 times sales, price to sales, which is, like I've always said, beyond my understanding, and is sitting on losses of around $4.3 billion as of Q1 2026. So that's with regards to the overall business, but also with regards to Tesla and SpaceX merger. A lot of reports and brokerages are kind of covering this, and Wedbush believes that a Tesla SpaceX merger is possible in 2027, but this decision is not something that the public that is owning SpaceX will be able to make, because Musk controls around 85% of the voting share, and if he votes for it, that is going to happen. So this is with regards to the decision between Tesla and SpaceX. And lastly, overall conclusion of this bull versus bear, because yes, the company is building infra for the next century, which has an addressable market of $28.5 trillion, but at the same time, valuations, losses, etc. don't make sense. Plus, all the decisions are in hands of that one man, that is Elon Musk. So this is the overall view of the bull versus bear case of SpaceX.
I think that last point is a big bear scenario as well to practice. Having said that, how can Indians get a piece of the pie if they wish to?
Right. So now that, once it gets listed, there are just two ways. Of course, you can go ahead and just buy the stock if you have an international broking account. So that's one way, of course. And if you are already holding a NASDAQ index fund or a NASDAQ ETF, in the next 15 days or so, it is highly possible that SpaceX gets included in the NASDAQ 100 after 15 days, of course. And that's how, you will be able to, have a share of SpaceX. But there are, of course, two requirements for this one. First one, you need to have an international broking account. And secondly,